asafuye hoadi ohuroma noda asafuye hoadi montonyo manoda. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Yehovah din asafuye oadin moroma no. Hallelujah, 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 Yehovah din asafuye oadin moroma. Wherever you are, you can lift up your handkerchiefs and sing with me. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Yehovah din asafuye oadin moroma. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Yehovah. Oh, lift him up, lift him up. Asafuye oadin moroma no. Hallelujah, 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 Yehovah din. Oh, asafuye oadin. Oh. Mikra inaye, oh, Mikra inaye, Mikra inaye, oh, Mikra. Lift your voice and sing. My soul, praise the Lord. My soul, praise the Lord. My soul, praise the Lord. My soul. Why am I singing this? If he said, Wamamia, minsa, menyonya mineni monya, na yeyi, erinsame, numoda. I know you understand what I'm saying. Means what the Lord has done. talking about the physical things. I'm talking about how he redeemed us from destruction and brought us into light because of his blood. And I agree with the songwriter who sang this song that says that Eye wo na wo to me abodini na wetua makanyi na mami Eradi wunkuto na wo say intimity mi hunyi na mawo Wadum no doso Eradi wadum nunti Ama min so ma sebio Ejonya mi Wosumbo I respect you. You are everything. I bow before you, my King. Oh, Ejonya mie, wadumunu doso, wadumnunti, minsu, masevio, Ejonya mie. Erani wo sumbu mami Inti mi free makume Na mi share Ohini mi free makume Na mi share when you nya Mi free makume Na mi shewe Ohini ye free akume Na ye shewe nyunya Ye free akume Na ye shewe
Good morning and welcome to Sunday Breakfast right here on Channel 1 TV with me, Eno Safo. It's a beautiful wet Sunday morning, just like yesterday was, and I'm grateful to be here on your TVs, bringing you a bit of health, a bit of inspirational music, and a lot more that you don't want to miss out on. By the way, it's our 100th episode, so if you have stuck with us from the beginning of Sunday Breakfast till now, this is our 100th episode. There should be celebrations. Like I said, more bonyonia, two balloons, because 100 episodes and we're still here and we're still thriving. It's only the grace of God, and we're truly, truly, truly grateful that you have stuck with us throughout this 100th episodes, and there's definitely more to come, and we're truly grateful that you continually turn on your TVs every Sunday morning to watch us here on Channel 1 TV. The show, as usual, is always live and interactive, and we'll definitely love to hear from you. So do send us those messages of yours to the WhatsApp number 0204 447 033. 0204 447 033. Alternatively, use the hashtag Sunday Breakfast on our social media handles, and we'll definitely read your messages on the show. Let's do a bit of promotions now. We have the Blanksons. It's a series that airs every Thursday right here on Channel 1 TV at 7:30 p.m. Blanksons, which is a Channel One TV production, airs every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. with repeats on Fridays 11:30 a.m., Saturdays 7 p.m., Sundays 4:30 p.m., Tuesdays 3 p.m., Wednesdays 5:30 p.m. Now the thing about the Blanksons is that it's about a family and all their shenanigans. From all the interesting lies and interesting, like we'll say, toli, that the parents tell to get their kids to do what they want, even if, you know, you don't agree with it, but obey anything. That's what Daddy says, so that's what it is. And so The Blanksons is a family drama created by Channel One TV, and so that is exactly what we're showing you every Thursday. Tune in, have a good laugh, relax, enjoy it. If you miss it on Thursday, as I said, there are various repeats throughout the week. Friday, 11:30, Saturday, 7, Sunday, 4:30 p.m., Tuesdays, 3 p.m., and Wednesdays, 5:30 p.m. It's proudly brought to you by Nasco Electronics, Lizzie Shuttle Out Insecticide Mosquito Spray, Everpack, and Lele. We have the City Business Festival, which runs from the 1st of June to the 30th of June. So that means that we're already 1 week in, and I hope you haven't missed any of the on-air series. This week's on-air series, From Farm to Factory to Export, and that's what you'll be hearing on Monday, 8th June, From Farm to Factory to Export. It'll air on City 97.3 FM at exactly 9 a.m. and then 11 a.m. on Channel One TV. So the on-air series on Monday is From Farm to Factory to Export. How to scale your farm produce so that you can make it factory ready, ready to be sent. How to scale up your agribusiness production so that you too can become an exporter. So From Farm to Factory to Export on Monday on CBF, which is in partnership with APSA. CBF this year is in partnership with APSA. So this Monday at 9 a.m. on 97.3 City FM and at 11 a.m. on Channel One TV, you will be privy to From Farm to Factory to Export. That's what the on-air series is about. William Nete is head of agribusiness, Absa Bank, and he'll be the one to take us through that topic. From Farm to Factory to Export, William Nete, head agribusiness, Absa Bank. Proudly sponsored by Absa Bank, MTN, Zonda, Petra, and powered by Channel One TV as well as 97.3 City FM. So don't forget to tune in at 9 a.m. on City as well as 11 a.m. on Channel One TV. Right. Let's do a bit of news, right? And get straight into our news review. So I have channel1newsonline.com opened. Very rather unfortunate story to begin this Sunday with. 2 rescued, others trapped after building collapse at Aveno. 2 rescued, others trapped after building collapse at Aveno. Other stories you'll find on channel1newsonline.com. Cath crisis demands investment, not sanctions, according to Akwesi Akwa. Other stories, government evacuates 345 more Ghanaians from South Africa amid xenophobic attacks. Cath admission suspension complied with Mahama's directive, according to the Ghana Medical Association. GMA to Akando sees hostilities and confrontations. And that comes on the back of the suspension of the CAT CEO. We'll delve into that a bit shortly. Other stories, stop indiscriminate dumping of waste, building on waterways. That's the Christian Council to all of us. Akufo-Addo applied double standard on court cases in e-levy and anti-LGBTQ bill. That's Apanga. Miracles, who was here yesterday on The Big Issue, says Mahama has effectively issued cease and desist on anti-LGBTQ Plus bill. Still on that bill, it did not contribute to NPP's 2024 defeat, according to Musa Dankwa, the pollster. Cath doctors declare strike over CEO suspension, and that strike took immediate effect. So there were videos circulating of patients being turned away because there were no doctors in Komfo Teaching Hospital to take care of them. Other stories you'll find on channel1news.com, newsonline.com. Failure to punish attackers fueling violence against nurses. That's according to the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association. And that is also coming on the back of the nurse who was attacked at a polyclinic here in Accra. Let's move to citynewsroom.com. Stories you'll find on citynewsroom.com. Also, a building collapse at Aveno leaves one in critical condition, others trapped. Other stories, you are treasures, not criminals. Ablakwa to evacuated Ghanaians. So all the Ghanaians who came in yesterday, that's the message from Ablakwa to them. You are treasures, not criminals. Will facilitate your employment, Ablakwa assures evacuated Ghanaians. One dead, another injured as armed robbers attack Momo vendor at Gomwa Dominasi. Other stories you'll find on citynewsroom.com. CAF CEO suspension sets dangerous precedent for healthcare. That's according to the GMA. 345 more Guineans evacuated from South Africa return home. CAF CEO suspension risks healthcare collapse, according to Akwesi Akwa. Budget row, caller to force into order, miracles tells Mahama. And GMA demands immediate reinstatement of suspended CAF, bless me, of suspended CAF CEO. Residents count losses as floods submerge homes in Tema Community 5. Top trending stories on citynewsroom.com. Mahama explores Belarus agro hub to boost Ghana's food security. MPs endorse proposal to restrict minors' access to porn sites. Petroleum hub land size aligns with Mahama's directive, Tony Obin to critics. And Ministry of Finance dispute exposes deeper questions over what constitutes budget releases. Let's go to graphiconline.com. Now, on graphiconline.com, the big stories are another building collapse during rainfall in Accra, 2 rescued. Other stories you'll find on graphiconline.com, 340 more Ghanaians evacuated from South Africa and they are home safely. President Mahama lays wreath at Victory Monument in Belarus. Other stories, GMA demands immediate reinstatement of suspended CAF CEO and see the areas that will be affected by ECG's planned maintenance. So if you feel like your lights are out, then definitely go on graphiconline.com to find the areas. If your area is off, then you are one of the people affected by the maintenance that is going on. Other stories, Coca granted bail over alleged threat to harm police officer and family. And Dr. Bawumia congratulates new Christian Council leadership, pledges continued cooperation. A book of condolence opens after formal announcement of passing of Mankasim Queen Mother, Nana Ama Amisa III. And other stories, let's move from Graphic Online to gna.org.gh. On gna.org.gh stories you'll find Africa demands shift from climate promises to delivery ahead of Bonn talks. June 3 disaster was preventable, One Ghana movement says so. Speaker Bagbin appeals for reconsideration of anti-LGBTQ bill. YEA engages stakeholders on domestic services module to formalize care and household work. Mahama renews advocacy. UN reform to grant Africa permanent representation on Security Council. And other stories that happened throughout the week are on gna.org.gh. I'd wanted us to take you to the international front, but let's quickly go to channel1newsonline.com to the 2 rescued, others trapped after building collapse at Aveno. 2 rescued, others trapped after building collapse at Aveno. Let me read that story. A rescue operation is ongoing after a building collapsed at Aveno in Accra on Sunday, June 7, leaving 1 person in critical condition and others feared trapped beneath the rubble. The incident occurred opposite the Ashform showroom and adjacent to Malcolm Plus in the North Kanishi area. According to the Ghana National Fire Service, firefighters from the Circle Fire Station and the service's national headquarters were immediately deployed to the scene to begin rescue efforts, providing a live update on the Ghana National Fire Service Facebook page. Assistant Divisional Officer Alex King Nate said, preliminary information suggests the collapsed structure, believed to be a residential building and a mosque, was still under construction. The Ghana National Fire Service confirmed that 2 people have so far been rescued and transported to hospital for treatment. One of the victims is reported to be in critical condition. Rescue teams, however, suspect that at least 1 or 2 more people may still be trapped under the debris. The Director of Operations of the Ghana National Fire Service is supervising the rescue operation, while heavy-duty equipment has been mobilized to support efforts to gain access to the affected areas of the collapsed structure. Emergency personnel remain at the scene as search and rescue operations continue. The cause of the collapse is yet to be established, with investigations expected to commence after rescue efforts are concluded, and more details soon. So this news is gotten from the Ghana National Fire Service page. Recently, they've been streaming live when there are issues like this. I think I remember Wednesday when the building collapsed at Tudu. They also streamed it live on their platform, and so kudos to them for that. And this is unfortunate, another unfortunate incident within less than a few days of each other. Another building collapse, and I don't understand why there are laws that say, unless I'm mistaken, but there are laws that say that when a building is under construction, there should be no tenants until the building is completed. In other jurisdictions, it is so. I need to check that law to see whether it is so, but this is unfortunate. So that's the story that came in this morning. 2 have been rescued so far. The fire service, the ambulance, the police, they're still at the site, the Aveno site where the building collapsed, and they're trying to see if they can rescue other victims, if there are indeed other people under the rubble. We will update you as and when we get more details on this particular story. And we'll definitely try and bring you live pictures, live up-to-the-minute details of this. And as soon as that comes on, we'll definitely go straight to Aveno and bring you live pictures from the site of the collapsed building. Let's go to other stories that happened yesterday. We know that a few Ghanaians were repatriated back to the country, and so City Newsroom is not cooperating with me, but let me open it here. Okay. Government evacuates 246 more Ghanaians from South Africa amid xenophobic attacks. A bit of that story reads, the first flights of the second batch of Ghanaian nationals evacuated from South Africa has arrived at the Accra International Airport, carrying about 345 returnees. The arrival follows an earlier batch, approximately 300 Ghanaians, who are also flown home as part of the ongoing evacuation exercise. The operation forms part of a broader evacuation program involving more than 1,500 Ghanaian nationals who voluntarily opted to return home following renewed xenophobic attacks and anti-immigrant protests in parts of South Africa, which have heightened safety concerns among foreign nationals. And so Ghanaians are returned home. Now, speaking to Channel One News upon arrival, One of the evacuees described the fear and insecurity they endured during the unrest. And I quote, "It was not easy. The fear was a lot. Even when you are working, you're afraid. While you are working, they'll just come and point a gun at you and take away your money, phone, and everything. Now I am back home and so safe," the evacuee said. So authorities say a second flight is expected to carry over 300 passengers and is scheduled to arrive on Sunday, June 7, which is today, as the evacuation exercise continues. Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, Gender Minister Dr. Agnes Namu-Mulate, among other officials, were in attendance to receive the evacuees. And so kudos to the government for rescuing Ghanaians from those attacks that are happening in South Africa. It's very unfortunate that such a thing is happening on African soil. We're all one people, but it's unfortunate. I have a story here that I want to read for you. The nurses and the midwives at Komfo Teaching Hospital have joined the ongoing strike by the doctors. This is becoming scary. I mean, I don't know if you saw the video yesterday, but there was a video circulating after the doctors declared their strike following the suspension of the CATH CEO. There was a video circulating of patients waiting to receive care, but were being asked by a nurse to go home because there's no doctor to attend to them. And that video was circulating yesterday. And now the nurses who are giving instruction to the patients have also decided to join the strike. So let me read that story for you. It's on citynewsroom.com as well. Nurses and midwives join CATH strike. They demand the reversal of the suspension of their CEO. A bit of the story: the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association at the Komfo Teaching Hospital has announced that its members have joined ongoing strike over the suspension of the hospital's Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Pa Kwesi Baidu. In a statement issued on Saturday, June 6, the association said the 2-week suspension of the CEO directed by the Minister of Health is not an effective response to the challenges confronting the hospital. It argued that the decision fails to address the deep-seated infrastructural deficits, congestion, inadequate logistics, and persistent resource constraints affecting healthcare delivery at the facility. I quote what they say: "The 2-week suspension of the Chief Executive Officer is unnecessary and is definitely not the solution to the enormous pressure, infrastructural challenges, congestion, inadequate logistics, and resource constraints confronting the hospital on a daily basis," the statement said. According to the nurses and midwives, patient safety and quality healthcare delivery cannot be achieved through the suspension of the CEO, stressing that the systemic challenges I've lost where I am. It also urged government to prioritize urgent retooling, infrastructural expansion, and improved resource allocation to strengthen the hospital's capacity to function effectively as a center of excellence. Now, the GMA has been speaking on this particular story, and I've switched to channel1newsonline.com, where CATH admission suspension complied with Mahama's directive. So the whole brouhaha of the issue is that the Ministry of Health suspended the CATH CEO over a press release where they announced that the emergency of CATH was full, and so they had the emergency of CATH was full, and so they were not accepting any more patients. But that didn't sit well with the Ministry of Health. He was called into a meeting, and subsequently he was suspended. He's been suspended for 2 weeks. The doctors are not taking it because they say it was the right move, it was in the right direction, and they do not understand why. And now, the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association at the Komfo Teaching Hospital have also joined the strike. But there's a story here from the GMA which says that the admission suspension, which means that CATH admitting that they were full to capacity, treating patients on chairs, in their cars, and even on the floor, was not the right thing. They were still taking care of patients regardless, but they were just making it known that it was full, so that when a patient comes to the hospital, you don't expect to be given a bed because it was full. I understand that the meeting that led to that presser was a meeting of various heads of various facilities within the Ashanti region who discussed a way forward, a plan, so that if CAF is full, there are other referral facilities within the Ashanti region that are able and ready to accept patients at their various wards or at their various emergency units. And so that meeting led to the CEO of CAF putting out that letter, or that presser, to announce that CAF was full, but there are alternatives that they are working around. And so this is why the doctors are saying that it is unfair and that it was in the right direction. Let me read a bit of what the GMA have been saying. And their General Secretary, Dr. Richard Salome, has been kind to speak to us about this issue. And they say that the GMA has justified the temporary suspension of emergency admissions at the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital, insisting that the decision was taken in line with President John Dramani Mahama's directive to ensure that no patient is turned away from health facilities. The clarification comes amid the suspension of the hospital's chief executive officer by Health Minister Kwabena Mintah Akando following the temporary shutdown of emergency admissions at CAF's Accident and Emergency Center due to severe overcrowding. Hospital authorities had earlier explained that the unit had exceeded its capacity, raising concerns about patient safety and the quality of care being delivered. In response, the Komfo-Anokye Doctors Association has declared a strike, demanding the immediate reinstatement of the suspended CEO. Speaking on Channel One Newsroom, the General Secretary of GMA, Dr. Richard Salome, said the situation left management with no option but to act to prevent harm to patients. According to him, the A&E unit, originally designed for 37 patients, was managing a far higher number under difficult conditions. Komfo-Anokye had exceeded its A&E capacity. The facility that was built for 37 patients had hit 61 patients, with 35 patients waiting on trolleys, on mattresses, on the floor, with others still being brought in by taxis, he said. Dr. Salome explained that continuing to admit patients under such conditions would have compromised care and increased health risks. The management had an important decision to make, either keeping these people there where there's delay in getting care, where there's risk of infections going across patients, and where patients risk getting substandard care. An overfull emergency can never be a safe emergency, he stated. He said the hospital's decision to temporarily redirect patients to other facilities was done in coordination with nearby health centers, with specialists placed on standby to assist with triage and care. Dr. Salome maintained that the move should be seen as a practical application of the president's directive rather than a refusal to provide care. And so I find this as a humane, actually, adherence to the president's directive rather than admitting patients in perpetuity to risk them and even render rather substandard care that may actually harm them, he said. He further argued that the situation reflects systemic pressure on health facilities rather than misconduct by hospital management, adding that the decision was aimed at protecting patients in line with a national policy. So this is going to be an interesting week. Both the doctors and the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association at the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital, both on strike. Definitely we should probably go to Komfo-Anokye as well right now and assess the situation on the ground. Very, very interesting story there. Let me see if I can bring you another story quickly while we wait for that live feed from Aveno. The GMA are telling the health minister to cease confrontations. A bit of that story. The GMA has raised concerns over what it describes as actions by the Ministry of Health, Kwabena Mintah Akando, which it says are contributing to growing tensions within the health sector and affecting morale among health professionals. In a statement issued on Saturday, The association expressed displeasure over what it believes are direct and indirect attempts by the minister to incite public sentiment against health workers. It warned that such developments are fueling demotivation among health professionals and contributing to reported incidents of violence against health workers. So they're calling on the health minister to immediately halt what it described as hostile and confrontational conduct and instead engage constructively with stakeholders in the sector. It emphasized the need to strengthen morale and ensure sustained support for health workers to achieve broader health system goals. It'll be interesting to see what happens with regards to the Komfo-Anokye issue, the strike, the CEO suspension, and the health ministry this week. It's going to be a long week for the health minister. It's going to be a very long week for the health minister. It's going to be a very, very long week for the health minister. But yeah, so those are some of the top stories trending in and around our country. It's raining. Stay safe out there. If your area floods, should I ask you to move to higher ground if you don't have an option? But just be safe. We understand one building has collapsed at Aveno, which has left one person in critical condition. 2 people so far we know have been rescued. We will try and get you more details on that particular story. We also know that the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association have joined the CAF doctors on a strike demanding the immediate reinstatement of their CEO because they say he did no wrong in issuing that communique about the accident and emergency unit being full. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens throughout the week, or probably even from today, because all of this is happening. Healthcare is an essential need for patients. Yesterday, there were a lot of patients were turned away by the nurses because there were no doctors to attend to them. Now, those nurses are on strike as well. And so we hope that it will be addressed ASAP. This is Sunday Breakfast right here on Channel One TV. We'll be right back with more. Don't go away.
Numerous cases of people falling asleep have been reported across the African continent. No one can explain this phenomenon.
With 24/7 FIFA World Cup coverage, sleep can wait. Everything can wait.
Catch all 104 matches from as little as 98 Ghana cedis only on GoTV.
Your health is in your hands, but at some point, it passes on to us. At Mintuba Hospital and Coloproctology Center, we believe that quality healthcare isn't a privilege, it's a right. Equipped with cutting-edge technology, we are fully prepared to effectively deal with all colorectal and proctological conditions. Our team of highly skilled doctors, surgeons, and nurses are renowned for their expertise in minimally invasive and painless laser, ligature, and longoproctological surgery. We are committed to providing a wide range of services to meet the diverse needs of our patients. Mintuba Hospital, your health is our priority. Visit Mintuba Hospital today or call us at 0244 581 541 or 0271 054 204. Mintuba Hospital, in to serve a peculiar health need.
Verna is clean, fresh and safe. I'm holding my Verna bottle. No plastic seal, no worries. Open and hear the sound like click. That sound means it's fresh, no trick. No plastic seal, but it's still pure. Cool and clean, you can be sure. Verna leads the brighter difference. Verna water, pure and green. Click, open, sip. Click, open, sip. Chalet Verna, no stress, just sip. Chalet Verna, no stress, just sip.
This advert is FDA approved.
Numerous cases of people falling asleep have been reported across the African continent. No one can explain this phenomenon.
With 24/7 FIFA World Cup coverage, sleep can wait. Everything can wait.
Catch all 104 matches from as little as 58 Ghana cedis only on DSTV.
We continue our conversation with legendary Ghanaian musician Amandzeba Natbrew this week on The Upside Down Show. He shares why he enjoys collaborating with young talents, his desire to venture into gospel music, and his passion for Ghana's creative arts industry.
So if you met the Minister of Tourism and Creative Arts and you have to have a conversation with her, what would that be?
I'll tell her to, try as much as possible to be on the board of Ministry of Roads and Highways.
Because?
Because I will not travel 6 hours from England and come to Accra. And when I'm going to Fiema, where I'm to look at the monkeys, it takes me hours on the road.
Would you consider political appointment?
I was offered the Deputy Minister of
Tourism.
Culture.
You rejected it?
Yes, because
Why?
if I get into office, you sack me within 4 days or 5 days. I love working with
the
them.
young people.
And I will break into the gospel arena.
Hold on. It's a conversation filled with passion and purpose, culture, creativity, and legacy.
So you won't drop, one of the collabos coming?
I have a collabo with Stonebwoy.
Don't miss The Upside Down Show this Sunday at 7 p.m. prompt, only on Channel One TV.
Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh. Jesus, you are Yahweh. Yahweh. And we bow down and worship Yahweh. We bow down and worship Yahweh. We bow down and worship. We worship your holiness, Yahweh, Yahweh. We bow down and worship Yahweh. Yahweh. Holy Spirit of God, Yahweh, 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 Yahweh. We love you, Holy Spirit. We give it all to you, Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh. We bow down and worship Yahweh. This morning we give all to you, Holy Spirit. We bow down and worship. We worship your holiness. We worship your holiness. We worship your holiness, Yahweh, 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 Yahweh. Oh yeah. So we bow down and worship Him. Bow down and worship Him. Worship Him. Oh, worship Him. Bow down and worship Him. Worship His holiness. Bow down and worship Him. Worship Him. Oh, worship Him. Bow down and worship Him. Forget about anybody. Bow down and worship Him. Worship Him. Oh, worship Him. Bow down and worship Him. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Bow down and worship Him. Worship Him. Oh, worship Him. Jesus, the King of Kings. Jesus is the Lord of Lords. So worship Him. Oh, worship Him. Bow down and worship Him. Hey, bow down and worship Him. Give it all to Him. Worship Him from your heart. Oh, oh, worship Him. Oh, Jesus. And there is only one name. There is only one name with the power to save. With the power to save. He died and rose again. Hallelujah. Bow down and worship Him. Bow down and worship Him. He has the power to save. Jesus alone has the power to save. There is only one name, and there is only one name with the power to save. He can heal your diseases with the power to save. There is only one name. At the mention of the name, every knee must bow. There is only one name with the power to save. with the power to save, with the power to save. Our God, He's champion, and He reigns forevermore. He reigns forevermore. Our God, He's champion, and He reigns forevermore. He reigns forevermore, forevermore. Yeah.
This is where stories rise, where strength speaks, and legends are born. Out of hundreds of entries, they emerged as the 10 Channel 1 community legends of the 2026 cohort.
You're 14 years, you're among, people who are...
My name is Daisy Mina Entry, 32.
The someone who is from Western Lot, Sefi Adofwa.
We have it that wherever you travel to, home is home.
10 Channel 1 community legends, 10 powerful journeys, one platform to inspire a nation, from hustle to impact, from struggle to success. Watch them tell it all.
In a place where almost nothing is available.
I have a foundation called Grace on Duty Foundation.
Whatever they are going through is part of the struggle. That should even give them the motivation to learn.
Because I'm a game changer wherever I go.
The Channel 1 community legends, next level stories, real people, real power, real glory. Stay tuned and be inspired only on Channel 1 TV.
In my line of work, a confident smile is everything. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo Kendini, a who be here, Semetra Sapapadia to a mammy manful. Kel Charcoal's natural ingredients, and a bomb is so buying, a man is swing, and a sansu mama hoto so a will beg you.
Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Choose Kel Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kel, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
Numerous cases of people falling asleep have been reported across the African continent. No one can explain this phenomenon.
With 24/7 FIFA World Cup coverage, sleep can wait. Everything can wait.
Catch all 104 matches from as little as 98 Ghana cedis only on GoTV.
Welcome to The Point of View. This is your favorite current affairs show here on Channel 1 Television. On The Point of View, we pick the right topics, get the right guests, and ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
With the complexities of the issues happening around us on a daily basis, it's the hard-hitting conversations and the probing questions of the point of view.
So what is the Public Account Committee's job?
So what we do is to scrutinize, clarify, and find out why certain infractions have been made.
What do these IMF programs try to do?
The current program is for budget support.
Okay.
There are no projects attached.
That teases apart the twisted entanglements of politics and governance, as well as religious and social discourse. The Point of View brings you the policymakers and duty bearers and drills down to the very bottom of issue.
What authority do you have?
The Point of View airs every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Channel One TV.
In a nation full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Umaru Sanda Amadou sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
Yes, I am Umaru Sanda Amadou. This is Face to Face, and you're welcome.
I say very often on the floor of Parliament that when we were in government, we got some things right, we got some things wrong.
Are you still planning to go to Parliament, or you want to look at National Party office position?
No, I'll be going back to Parliament. There's an unfinished business which I need to do.
Sports has 3 legs: development, management, and promotion.
Disintegration is extreme. We do not wish that even on your worst enemy.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on Channel One TV.
You're welcome back to Sunday Breakfast right here on Channel One TV. It's now time for our health segment, and our resident doctor, as I like to call her, Dr. Kalsum Zakaria Adam, who is a public health practitioner and a specialist maxillofacial surgeon, joins us. Doc, good morning.
Good morning.
Your colleagues are on strike.
Yes.
Oh, and this morning the nurses have joined them.
Yes.
So we'll be seeing something similar at Kolebuse.
Oh, no.
Okay, good.
I stand with them.
But you stand with them.
Yeah.
Wow. I like the solidarity, and I'm sure they appreciate it as well.
Exactly.
Today we're talking about hand numbness and tingling, right? What's that? I didn't even know there was is it a disease?
So it's usually a symptom that people may present with. That, oh, I slept. When I woke up, I noticed that I feel a little heavy in my hand, and then I'm having this tingling sensation. So when we say tingling sensation, we are looking at maybe pins and needles, that sensation that you feel you know, some pins and needles, and then the heaviness is the numbness.
The numbness.
So some people go to bed, and then they wake up. When they were going to bed, there was really nothing wrong with their arm. But then they wake up and then they tell you that there's some heaviness. I feel this heaviness pertaining to my arm or my hand, and I need to know exactly what is wrong. So that's why we are talking about.
So it's not a stroke.
So it can. So for stroke, you would have not only the numbness and the tingling sensation related to the arm, but also there will be some facial symptoms. There will be facial paralysis. There may be slurred speech associated with it, and even difficulty speaking. And then when you decide to walk as well, there may be some paralysis related to the lower limb as well. So that is what's differentiated from the regular numbness. So the regular numbness, there may be 2 categories of diseases that people will present with. So one has to do with, we know that our muscles or even the skin is innervated by certain nerves, and these nerves help us for sensation. They also help us if they have to do with muscles related to those regions. They help with you having to move the muscles. But if there is something we call peripheral nerve compression, so peripheral nerve compression, depending on where. So somebody may wake up and then say that, oh, I've noticed that I'm feeling the numbness or the tingling sensation related to my fingers. But the fingers, the first 3 fingers, and then the inner aspect of the 4th finger. You get it? So if they say that distribution, then it's very likely that there's something that we call the median nerve. So there's a nerve that goes through and then comes to and then supplies the palms. Okay, so if they do tell you that, oh, I've noticed that just these 3 fingers and then the thumb, I have that sensation in that region, then you would be thinking of something we call carpal tunnel syndrome. So carpal tunnel syndrome has to do with the nerve. So the nerve passes through the wrist and then it goes to that region, that distribution, to be able to supply those regions. So you'll be thinking along those lines. So compartment syndrome, in the sense that that nerve has been compressed, even though it hasn't been transected, or there's no pathology related to it, but then because of that small space, it has been compressed. So that patient may tell you that these 3 fingers, and that is what they will present with. Another could be that, okay, the person will say that it's only related to the last finger, the small finger, and then the outer aspect of the 4th finger.
Okay.
So when that distribution is also described, then you may be thinking of possibility of maybe there's the nerve, the ulnar nerve, there's a nerve too that passes behind your elbow, and it goes all the way to supply these fingers that I'm talking about. So if they tell you that, then you'll be thinking of the fact that, okay, it's likely there is some compression of the nerve, which is the ulnar nerve, that passes just behind the elbow. So what happens? Usually, if there is any swelling at the elbow region, that may compress that nerve. There could also be that if there's some degenerative disease to the joint here, that can also be an indication or a cause for the ulnar nerve that has been compressed. Certain times, even in arthritis, so patients who do have arthritis that is affecting that particular joint or the elbow, they may also present with that. And in certain times, you notice that some people will even just be casually walking, and then they hit their elbow, and there's this, ouch, this pain. Exactly. So that is where the ulnar nerve passes. So if there is any swelling or there is any trauma, micro trauma related to it, that may be the tingling. So you may end up having the tingling sensation or the numbness related to the last finger and then the inner aspect of the 4th finger that we are talking about. And in that regard, there's something that we call the cubital tunnel syndrome related to that nerve as well, the ulnar nerve. Certain times, it may not even come from the elbow. It may come directly from the wrist region. And in that region, there's something that we call the Guénon syndrome, canal syndrome.
That's
so the Guénon canal syndrome. So in that regard, you notice that. So we have certain pictures that would also show us from the little that I have mentioned. So the picture that is the first picture, which, so this one is showing the numbness related to so if we have one of them sticking on, great.
Okay, let's stay with this.
So let's stay with this one.
Right.
Okay, so this one is just showing us the same distribution that I mentioned, that nerve there. So the person would be talking to you about numbness or tingling sensation related to the outer or the last finger and then the outer aspect of the 4th finger. So you can see or the ring finger on that regard. So in this region, you notice that this is the Guénon canal that I was talking about. So in that regard, when it ends up having some constriction on that region, then you may end up with this distribution of numbness related to it. And this is very, very, very significant because certain times, in certain occupations like cyclists, so those who cycle a lot, they tend to have their wrist on the handles. And because of the movements, they may end up with this tingling sensation or numbness related to this. So typically in people who do other works related to their wrist, so maybe in carpentry where you would have to be, you would have to be nailing or you'd have to be hammering something, or even in plumbing work where they would have to use their fingers and then they do repetitive actions over
With
a
your
period.
fingers.
So
What about typing?
Typing can also be another way. Typing in the sense that, so I'll talk about that.
Okay.
In the sense that, let's say somebody is working on their computer. So if they are working on their computer and they are putting pressure, a lot of pressure on the elbows. So a lot of pressure, consistent pressure over a long period of time can also lead to that compression of the ulnar nerve that we spoke about. So the ulnar nerve then eventually they may end up with the tingling sensation that we have spoken about. So this other picture that we are talking, that is on the screen right now, aside we talking about either the middle finger or the outer fingers, certain times if you do have this tingling sensation or numbness of any of the fingers, together with the fact that they may have some pain in the neck or the upper arm region, then you would have to think about not only the nerves coming from either the elbow or the wrist region, but also it's likely that the source or the compression is coming from the cervical vertebrae, which is in the neck.
Oh.
You get it? So it's likely that there's some compression from the roots of the nerves, which is within the neck. So certain times in these patients, what's the simple test that you want to say is that, okay, so if it is related to just one arm, let's say the right arm, what I would ask is that, okay, can you try and then move your neck to the right and look over your shoulder? So if you do that, or if you do this action and you notice that the pain in the neck has intensified, or the pain or the tingling sensation in the fingers has also intensified, then it's likely that it is coming from the root itself. So in that we call it the cervical radiculopathies related to this tingling sensation or the numbness related to the arms. So based on, aside you looking at the localized or the asymmetric where one arm is affected, there are certain conditions as well that can be symmetrical, where both the left arm and the right arm is affected at the same time. So in that region, then in that circumstance, then you would want to start thinking about other systemic conditions.
Right.
So other systemic conditions may present both left and right arm. So both left and right arm, then in those circumstances, you say that they are peripheral neuropathies. So peripheral neuropathies where the nerve itself is affected. In these cases, you notice that it's not only the arms, but certain times too, even the lower limbs may be affected. So if the lower limbs are affected, plus the fact that either the two arms, the left and the right, are also affected, you have this numbness, tingling sensation, then you should be thinking of other systemic conditions. So when I say systemic conditions, what do I mean? I mean, let's say, uncontrolled or complicated diabetes. Uncontrolled or complicated diabetes can also present as such. Another could be that there are certain medications that you may be taking that have these side effects. So you end up having these tingling sensations in the arms. Certain times too, when you have some mineral deficiencies or vitamin deficiencies, like the vitamin B deficiencies, that can also present as such. In certain times too, you would have infections. So infections that would also present with, so infections that affect both arms, and then that can also present with these numbness or tingling sensation.
The infections in the nerves, or?
So infection related and then very close to that nerve.
Okay.
So it could be bacterial, it could be viral.
Okay.
Related to that, and that can. So the treatments would basically have to do, so if we are dealing with the systemic conditions, if it has to do with diabetes, then it needs to be controlled. Your sugars need to be controlled. If there are nutrient deficiencies, those deficiencies need to be replaced. So you would have to be on certain minerals or certain vitamins to be able to control that. If it's infection, you'd have to control the infection. If it has to do with any other causative agents, depending on whether it's on the left or it's on the right, the asymmetric ones, then you would have to deal with the particular region. So physiotherapy plays a very key role in this. So physiotherapy in the sense that, so as I mentioned, in patients who have the cubital canal syndrome that is related to the elbow, it means that now I would have to look at my working environment. Am I somebody who loves to work on the PC all the time. And if you're using the laptop, you notice that the screen of the laptop and the keyboard is all together.
Yeah.
So it becomes very difficult to be able to adjust appropriately. And make sure that your seat should not be below the table that you are working on, so that you don't end up putting a lot of pressure on your elbows. So you should have some armrest
posture
over.
counts.
Exactly.
All right.
So arm for that. So very important for that, for patients who do have that, and then their working environment. So ergonomics, work ergonomics, very important. Certain times you need to do some physiotherapy in the sense that you'd have to exercise those wrists. If it's in the wrist, you need to be able to exercise it. And then aside the exercises, certain times you would want to, because of the inflammation that is going on then, giving you that tingling sensation, you would want to go in for some invasive therapies, like the use of steroids, so some injections.
Wow.
So yes, the use of steroids, so that it would help reduce the inflammation at the area. So once the inflammation has been taken care of, then you continue with your physiotherapy to be able to relieve that pressure. And you would want to start slow to be able to take care of all of these. But if it doesn't resolve, then you would want to go ahead and then do some surgical intervention.
Okay.
Surgical intervention to be able to decompress whatever nerve that is causing that, to decompress the area so that the nerve is free, it's not compressed on, and then you don't end up with some of these compressive symptoms that give you. So this picture that we have in the background,
Yeah.
I mentioned that. So the first picture, if
Not
you can
this
go back
one,
to
the
that
other
one.
one.
Yes. So that one also shows the nerve that I mentioned, the medial nerve, because of the carpal tunnel syndrome, where you see that the thumb as well as the first 3 fingers. So the first 2 fingers with the ring finger, the outer or the inner part of the ring finger is being affected.
It doesn't
in that
happen
sense.
to all 5 fingers. It's either 3 or 2.
So that has to do with the distribution of the nerves.
Okay.
So as I mentioned, the
Yeah.
ulnar nerve comes, if we were looking at it properly, the ulnar nerve from the elbow, it comes and then it supplies the outer and then the ring finger, the inner aspect of the ring finger.
Okay.
You get it. So now what is left would be the other
So they
branch,
also
which is
have
the
a
medial.
different nerve.
Exactly.
Okay.
So depending on where the compression is, the symptom would affect its distribution.
All right.
So if it is affecting the carpal tunnel syndrome, it's affecting most of the time it will affect the medial nerve. So it will affect its distribution, as I have mentioned. And you notice that the other one, which is the ulnar, if it is, that is where the compression is, to affect that distribution as well. Certain times, even wearing wristwatches, tight wristwatches, can affect the superficial radial nerve, which supplies just the dorsum of the thumb as well as the first finger. So you notice that there will be some tingling sensation and other things. So what you have to do is to relieve that, or even bracelets. Ladies who like to wear bracelets, but those bracelets are very tight, that could also be the reason for that. Then you end up with the tingling sensation and then the numbness. And even certain times when people go to bed, bad posture during sleep. So bad posture, yes. You slept well, without any, or you initiated your sleep without any compression anywhere. But then through the whole sleep period, you ended up having to flex your wrist. So flexion of the wrist causing a lot of compression on the nerve. You wake up and then you have the tingling sensation and the numbness related to that distribution of the nerve. So really, posture plays a very, very important role, especially when it comes to the cervical radiculopathies. And that would have to do with even you keeping a very straight, so this picture, you keeping a very straight back, okay, during work, and then making sure that your head is symmetrical. Because if you do have your head leaning forward, it means that there will be some strain on the neck roots, and then you end up with that pain, tingling sensation, and all of that. So posture plays a very important role.
And you probably wake up with the neck, your neck is stiff. does it have any correlation? Can it have any correlation with what the tingling sensation
Okay,
you had?
so
Or that's a completely different thing.
So I'll explain that in the sense that sometimes that is when you have, let's say, wrong posture, you sleep at one particular position, and then you end up with muscle spasms of that region. You wake up, it's like when you're trying to turn on the other side, it's very painful. No, that doesn't come with tingling sensation. But if it does come with tingling sensation, then it does. I mean, then we are dealing with the same thing. But that would be just the muscle pain and myalgia related to the muscles, and those muscles have become, are now into spasm.
Right.
You get it? So that's any muscle relaxant, then you can. But it can actually be a continuation of it. Because this, we are dealing with just the sensory aspect of it. But in severer forms, you tend to have the motor function also being affected.
Okay. There are questions here for you. Good morning. Timely conversation. Please ask doctor, I often wake up with numbness in my hands. What could be causing it? Faisal from Teshu wants to know.
Okay. So the same thing as I mentioned, if he was following, that it's likely he may have had a very wrong posture
when he was sleeping.
Yes. It's either he slept and compressed on one of the nerves, either at the wrist or at the elbow region, or sometimes even on the neck region. So that compression would have caused that tingling and numbness when he wakes up. But he should make sure that this numbness is not, it goes away with time. But if it is there for a very long time, coupled with the fact that you have slurry speech, and then you have half of the face gone, and then difficulty or slurred speech, then that is a much
Something
more,
else.
yes, that we quickly need to take care of.
Okay. This one says, good morning. I am Hannah from Mamudi. I want to know whether tingling in the feet is always a sign of diabetes.
Okay, so tingling, it may be a sign.
Maybe.
Especially when you are a known diabetic.
Okay.
Who is not being well controlled. So it may be one of the complications of diabetes. The diabetic neuropathies that we mentioned about. Yes, sometimes it starts with the feet, then it starts with the other feet, and even it goes on and on to other areas of the body. So you need to get screened and make sure that if you are diabetic, you are taking your medications the way you should, so that you don't end up getting into the complications related to diabetes.
This one from Kamal from Upper West. Can stress and anxiety cause numbness and pins and needle sensations?
Not necessarily.
Not
necessarily, but stress can lead to a lot of things. People can end up start to eat anyhow, not eating the right things. If it is for a very long time and you end up with some nutrient deficiency or more nourishment, then that can lead to that, but not necessarily directly related to it. Maybe an indirect relation to that.
Kujo in Ho is asking, Doc, does the use of a hand drilling machine which vibrates or shakes you while using it, can it cause it?
Yes.
And also, you've already answered this, but I'll ask it still, can sleeping on your shoulder be a cause?
Yeah. All right, so yes, so I'll start with the first, which is using a particular machine over a long period of time, which is sending in some vibrations. So if that is continuous and repetitive and is causing some compression on the nerve or causing repetitive movements around the wrist, that can cause compression of the nerves, and then you end up with a tingling sensation. So that is very possible. So in that regard, another way to solve it is to use hand braces. So you can use a hand brace, yes. You can use a hand brace, you can use an elbow brace while you are working, so that it's able to still protect your arm, even though it may not, at some point you may have to stop doing or being engaged in that particular job for some short period, just to recuperate, and then you can go back to it. But then the hand bracing, yes, very, very important. And then sleeping the wrong posture, as I mentioned, that is a direct relationship.
Sometimes, Doc, and I don't know if this has any correlation, but you feel like your eye is twitching.
Yeah.
Does that have anything to do with your nerves, the shoulder and the neck?
Okay. So the nerves that go directly to the eye, we call it the facial nerve.
Yeah.
So the facial nerve, It's a cranial nerve. So the cranial nerve, it comes directly from the brain, and then it goes into so that particular nerve is called the facial nerve. It goes through the parotid. There's something here called the parotid, and then it goes to supply the various muscles that help you to express your face.
Okay.
So that helps you to smile, that helps you to wrinkle your forehead, that helps you to do all of those.
Is that why when people do Botox, their face becomes like one?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So then that is what the facial nerve does.
All right.
But in certain times, and then that is also the nerve that helps you to shut your eyes, close your eyes, and then open your eyes as well. But in certain times, it may not be the nerve paralysis, but it could be that there could be certain mineral or certain iron deficiencies that could lead to that.
My mother would say,
let's
eat a
say
banana.
you have calcium. So let's say if you have calcium deficiency,
right,
it leads to hyperexcitability of some of these nerves, especially the facial nerve.
Okay.
So if you do have calcium deficiency and I tap just in front of your ear here, because this is where the nerve passes through, and then I tap, you'll notice that there will be some twitching. And that twitching can even lead to the eye. So certain times you have just transient twitching of it. But once you are eating right, once you have your gland there, that would help with the regularization of your calcium levels within the body. It's able to self-correct without any
so
challenges.
our mothers are not lying when they say eat a eat a fruit.
Yes, very, very important.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay, Doc, finally, before I let you go, if we didn't learn anything at all today from the hand and the numbness and the twitching, what's our takeaway?
Takeaway, okay. So the take home is that it's very important when this happens to you, you should know that it's likely there's some nerve compression. So we've spoken about carpal tunnel syndrome, we've spoken about the cubital tunnel syndrome, we've spoken about the Guyon canal compression or the syndrome, and then we've also spoken about the cervical radiculopathies. So these are certain, these are the etiological factors related to, let's say, just one-sided numbness. And grossly, it has to do with most of it, physiotherapy is able to correct it without you having to go for any invasive therapy. So the physiotherapy has to do with you need to look at or audit the kind of work that you are doing and make sure that you are not ergonomically sitting in a wrong position that is constantly irritating the nerves, and then that will give you that tingling sensation or the numbness. And you need to exercise, you need to do some stretches, and then in certain situations too, if there's certain you are engaged in, let's say, some carpentry work. I know that's people, other people, that is what their work is. If you can change, fine, but if you can't, then it means that you need to take a step back to have a little rest so that your body is able to readjust accordingly. And you can use the braces.
The brace.
Yes, you can use the brace for the hand brace and then the elbow brace to be able to help. And if any of these comes with neck pain or upper shoulder pain, the simple test is to be able to look over your shoulder, either on the left or on the right, depending on where the pain is. And if it becomes worse, then you are sure that the source is...
Are you looking in the direction of the pain?
Yes,
okay,
the direction
so
of it. So if it's on the right, you look on the right.
Okay.
Yes, if it's on the left, you look to the left. What happens is that there are some holes, we call them foramina, where the nerve roots come in. But when you move, it constricts or the holes become smaller. So if really that is where the inflammation or the compression is, it will become worse. And you're able to tell. So if you do this simple examination or simple test, you're able to tell, okay, then it's coming directly from the nerve root and I need to quickly go to the hospital for it to be checked. But if it is the other peripheral ones, then you can start off with these that I have mentioned, and then if it becomes better, well and good. But if it doesn't, then you need to quickly move to the hospital for it to be investigated and then further managed.
The questions are coming in, even though I said that was the last thing, but let me read a few of them. There's one here that's asking, and this is Joyce from Teshi Greater Estates. She wants to know, Doc, why she has heavy shoulders which affects her breathing. if it has any relation to do with what we're talking about.
Okay, so heavy shoulders, what does she mean by heavy shoulders? Unless what she means is that she has some numbness in the shoulders.
Okay.
And then the numbness in the shoulders is affecting how she's breathing. So I would advise that she quickly comes to the hospital and let's look at it. Exactly.
Okay, Justin from Aflao says this is an important conversation. He wants to know, Doc, could the shoes I wear be contributing to the tingling sensation in my feet?
Yes, it could be. So if you have poly-fitting shoes.
What's poly-fitting shoe?
Poly.
Okay.
Poly-fitting shoes, you know,
Yeah.
so that it is compressing on your toes. It's not the same size as maybe the shoes are smaller than your feet. Over a long period, you would have compressed on your nerves. And when you try to remove, you notice that you'd have that numbness related to it. And this is very important, especially with people who are diabetic. So if you are diabetic and then you wear poly-fitting shoes, one, it will compress on the nerves. And you already do not have that sharp senses.
Yeah.
So you may end up with a cut,
and
which
you
you
won't
are
even feel
already
it.
not going to be healing. So it's advised that in people who are diabetic, you wear very comfortable shoes so that you don't end up getting a cut or getting a wound that you may not even know of until it has become very worse in the end. Yeah.
This one says, hi Sunday Breakfast. I am a driver from Takwa. My name is Julius. After driving for several hours, my legs sometimes go numb. Should I be worried?
Yes, so so it's the same thing as I mentioned, the occupation. And then so if you find yourself doing one thing over a very long period, yes, the nerve is compressed and then you end up with that sensation. But you need to still rule out the other systemic conditions that I mentioned. But if it is transient, it happens, and when you stop the action, you come back to normal. Yes, it's very likely this is what you are dealing with.
Doc, always a pleasure. Thank you so much. I'm sure you learned a thing or two. If you missed the conversation, go on Channel 1 TV and it will be there and you can definitely watch it. Dr. Kalsum Zakaria Adam is a public health practitioner and a specialist maxillofacial surgeon. We'll be right back after this. Don't go away. We have so much more for you on Sunday Breakfast.
We continue our conversation with legendary Ghanaian musician Amanziba Natbrew this week on The Upside Down Show. He shares why he enjoys collaborating with young talents, his desire to venture into gospel music, and his passion for Ghana's creative arts industry.
So if you met the Minister of Tourism and Creative Arts and you have to have a conversation with her, what would that be?
I'll tell her to, try as much as possible to be on the board of Ministry of Roads and Highways.
Because?
Because I will not travel 6 hours from England and come to Accra, and when I'm going to Fiema to look at the monkeys, it takes me hours on the road.
Would you consider political appointment?
I was offered the Deputy Minister of Culture.
You rejected it?
Yes, because
Why?
if I get into office, you sack me within 4 days or 5 days. I love working with
the young people.
And I will break into the gospel arena.
Hold on.
It's a conversation filled with passion and purpose, culture, creativity, and legacy.
So you won't drop, one of the collabos coming?
I have a collabo with Stonebwoy.
Don't miss The Upside Down Show this Sunday at 7 p.m. prompt, only on Channel 1 TV.
This is where stories rise, where strength speaks, and legends are born. Out of hundreds of entries, they emerged as the 10 Channel 1 community legends of the 2026 cohort.
You're 14 years, you're among, people who are...
My name is Daisy Mina Entry, 32.
There's someone who is from Western North, Sefi Adofwa.
We have it that wherever you travel to, home is home.
10 Channel 1 community legends, 10 powerful journeys, one platform to inspire a nation, from hustle to impact, from struggle to success. Watch them tell it all.
In a place where almost nothing is available.
I have a foundation called Grace on Duty Foundation.
Whatever they are going through is part of the struggle. That should even give them the motivation to learn.
Because I'm a game changer wherever I go.
The Channel 1 community legends, next level stories, real people, real power, real glory. Stay tuned and be inspired only on Channel 1 TV. June is for business here at City FM and Channel 1 TV. This June, the ideas get bolder and the future of Ghanaian business takes center stage. Welcome to the City Business Festival 2026. For the entire month of June, 97.3 City FM and Channel 1 TV bring together the thinkers, builders, innovators, and dreamers shaping the future of enterprise in Ghana. From powerful business fora that spark meaningful conversations to insightful on-air discussions with industry leaders and change makers, to stories of resilience, innovation, and ambition from Ghanaian entrepreneurs. This is more than a festival. It is a movement of ideas, strategy, and impact. Whether you're starting small, scaling big, or simply dreaming of your next breakthrough, the City Business Festival is your platform to learn, connect, and grow. Join the on-air series every weekday at 9 a.m. on the City Breakfast Show on 97.3 City FM and at 11 a.m. with a repeat at 6 p.m. on Channel 1 TV. This June, let's challenge businesses. Let's refine ideas. Let's create impact. Call 0205-973-973 for further details. City Business Festival 2026, driving ideas into impact. The City Business Festival 2026 is powered by 97.3 City FM and Channel 1 TV in partnership with Absa Bank, and it's proudly sponsored by Absa Bank, MTN, Zondatech Ghana Limited, and Petra Trust.
You're welcome back. Right now, from our correspondent, we're going to the Ashanti region where that doctor strike is happening following the suspension of the CEO. Let's bring you that story.
On June 2, 2026, management of the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital temporarily suspended new emergency admissions after its accident and emergency center became overwhelmed. Hospital officials said patient numbers had far exceeded the center's capacity, creating serious safety concerns. The decision was reversed less than 24 hours later after a coordinated intervention with the Ashanti Regional Health Directorate, allowing the hospital to resume emergency admissions. However, the move drew sanctions from the Ministry of Health, which first issued a query to the hospital's chief executive officer before suspending him for 2 weeks. Following the suspension, the Komfo-Anokye Doctors Association held an emergency meeting on June 5 and announced an indefinite withdrawal of services effective 6 a.m. on Saturday, June 6. In a notice to the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital Board, the doctors defended management's earlier decision, arguing that
Temporarily halting admissions and coordinating with nearby health facilities was necessary to protect patients and prevent avoidable deaths. The association says CATH, the main tertiary referral center for the middle and the northern sectors of Ghana, continues to face severe infrastructure and capacity challenges despite rising patient numbers. It maintains that the current crisis reflects broader weakness in the health system and should be addressed through policy and infrastructure improvements rather than disciplinary action against hospital management. The doctors are demanding a review and reversal of the CEO's suspension. They are also calling for clear protocols on how hospitals should respond when emergency units exceed capacity. Other demands include timelines for the operationalization of the Sewa Hospital and Afari Military Hospital, as well as the retooling of CATH and other health facilities in the region to reduce pressure on the hospital. The industrial action has left many patients stranded, with some expressing concern over the impact on their health.
And the doctors were you see, I know my catcher say young doctors cost right. It's in the
Do I want to be 5 o'clock? The buy room my lie, echo dear cardi, the IVA, actually, and Sunny Abbey. TV no see and train my doctor and lunch at now from bed 7 o'clock, some about 12 to 1. I feel my catcher say, I say, open about I say yes, some ama let me say doctors who should Tiasi. My doctors near the eco strike. In Tia or had a meet me a day, entry. Meaning I had a sign a day, a coffee.
Patients are appealing to authorities and stakeholders to intervene swiftly to ensure doctors return to work.
This do and I mean who say I'm an asthmatic patient, and when I came, they asked me to come for the lab. I shouldn't eat, so I was in empty stomach. So doesn't know the results I'll get. Maybe when I go home today or tomorrow, what will happen to.
Those are very unsettling stories from patients at Komfo Teaching Hospital in the Ashanti region. Speaking about the Ashanti region, our Bureau Chief, Hafiz Tijani, joins us to talk more on this particular issue. Hafiz, many thanks for joining us. Happy Sunday. How are you?
I'm well. Thanks for asking. How are you too?
I'm very well, Hafiz. Talk to me about issues at CATH. How did we get here?
So the Komfo Teaching Hospital, we know, is the only referral facility in the Ashanti region. So it does not only receive referral cases from within the Ashanti region, the peripheral health facilities here, both the public and the private ones. But it also receives referral cases from the Western North region, the Bono, the Ahafo, the part of the Northern region, and also the Bono East region. And sometimes we even have referrals from the Eastern region because Nkoko is very close. So if there's a case at Nkoko, the only facility to be referred if the other hospitals within these areas are not able to cater for some of these cases, they come to Komfo Teaching Hospital. And the hospital for over 70 years now, it has been grappling with the issues of equipment breakdown, lack of equipment, and they have been calling for retooling of the facility. We know about the ongoing initiative by the Asante Henry for 32nd, the Heal Komfo project, which of course they have been able to renovate some of the walls, the critical walls within the hospital that needs to take care of patients. But that is not even ending the myriad of issues confronting healthcare delivery at the hospital. And so it was the last 2 weeks, the management of the facility realized that one of the problems that have been resurfacing being the congestion at the emergency and accident units has come up again, and they wanted to be strict about this action. So the management sat down, held a meeting, and later they held a separate meeting with the Ashanti Regional Director of the Ghana Health Service, together with the medical superintendents of all the facilities that are under the Ghana Health Service. So we are talking about the Central Government Hospital. We are talking about the Kumasi South Hospital, which is supposed to be, or which is the Ashanti Regional Hospital. We are talking also about the Menchia Government Hospital and other smaller facilities, as well as other private facilities, like the Hope Exchange and other private facilities within the Ashanti
AGA Health Foundation and all of that.
Yeah, they held the meeting with them because these facilities are within the Greater Kumasi area. When there are referrals, they are the people who bring the referrals, and the first port of call is the Konfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital. And you know, I told you that it doesn't only receive referrals from within the Ashanti region, but outside of the Ashanti region. But because these ones are within, the management thought that let's deal with these people first, so that we can tell them if there are cases they can manage for the next 24 hours, they should try and manage it. But Konfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital, no one was turned away when they came to the emergency within that period. This was only a measure to ensure that the place is not like they are not so overwhelmed with the patients who are there, because we had standby cases. About 16 patients were also on standby to be taken care of. Even when the place was full, they had 16 patients who were not getting there. So they had to look at cases that they would have treated and then take them to other wards so that it can ease the pressure at the emergency unit. So within the 24-hour period, that was the intervention, the only intervention, according to the management, they could use to ease the pressure so that the peripheral facilities can hold on with any cases or cases they were referring if they were not so emergency. So, you know, when it comes to the Konfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital also, at the emergency, we have the red ward, we have the yellow ward, we have the orange ward. So each of the wards have the kind of attention the medical officers will have to give you. If you are the red ward, it means that you need more attention, more medical support to be able to treat you and also get you on your feet. If you are at the yellow ward, you don't need so much attention like someone who is at the red ward. If you are at the orange ward also, you don't need so much attention like someone who is at the yellow ward. So these were some of the categories they had put the patients into. So if these peripheral hospitals had some of the cases, let's say they are not so the cases that can be admitted at the red ward. So there was no need bringing these patients to the red ward if they didn't need that care. So the peripheral facilities, the medical officers there could just manage the situation so that when the pressure is eased at the Konfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital and there was a need to bring these patients, they would have brought them. So these were some of the collaborative interventions the management put up. So it was not even up to the 24 hours. They were able to expedite the work. Doctors who were on other shifts were called back to ensure that they treat most of the patients, they give them the attention they needed so that they could have moved them to other wards to ease the pressure. And that was what happened. And later we heard about the health minister extending an invitation to the CEO of the hospital. He went into a meeting in Accra. We are not privy to the discussions that went there, but later we saw another statement from the health
ministry, yeah.
that the CEO has been suspended for 2 weeks for the decision that has been taken. So this also raised eyebrows, and the doctors at the facility. You know, we have the Ghana Medical Association. All the doctors are members within that space or that association who work at the Konfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital. And we also have the Konfo-Anokye Doctors Association. So these are in-house doctors association who, of course, were not happy. They say they know about some of the challenges of the hospital, but successive governments have failed to address some of these concerns and rather want to blame the issues or put the issues at the doorstep of the management. And that prompted them to also embark on a strike. And that was yesterday. So yesterday we went to the hospital at about 12:30. You know, doctors come in the morning at the polyclinic and other major areas. They come in the morning, and in the afternoon, like let's say by 1, the afternoon shift doctors will also come and take over.
Right.
So the doctors can also, the morning ones can also retire. So later, we're just there and saw one nurse coming to announce to patients in queues. And these were not just patients. We had asthmatic patients. We had the elderly mostly who were in the queues. Some of them said they arrived at the hospital at about 6 a.m. and they had been in queues. They had gone through all the processes, waiting to go into the consulting room. And the nurse came to tell them that, no, the doctors are on strike. Even with the morning shift doctors, they were in before the strike started.
Right.
That was why they just went ahead
to work,
take care of the patients. But those who will be coming in the afternoon will not be available. So he advised them to go. So the patients raised concerns that they had paid money. They had also gone through the process. What would then happen? So the explanation we got was that when you go through the process, the card expires after 3 days. So on Monday, they can come back. That is, if the strike is over, then they can continue with the process. They'll be given numbers and they will continue the process. But if the strike is not over, then they have to seek health care at other facilities. So most of them were worried and they were not happy about the development.
I can imagine.
The nurses this morning, we are told, also held a meeting and they have joined the strike because they said that if the doctors are not working, they are going to be pressured and they will not have anyone being in the consulting room receiving the patients. They will do their part, but what next after the nurse would take all the vitals and maybe directing the patient to the consulting room before even the patient going to the pharmacy. They say they are also aware about the challenges at the Konfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital. But in all this, the medical officers are also calling on the government to retool Konfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital and also ensure that all the peripheral facilities I have mentioned, St. Menchia, and the other hospitals, they should be well equipped.
Yeah, Hafiz, we've spoken a lot, or we've done a lot of stories about these referral facilities.
Facilities who are also grappling, who are also complaining.
What is their state as we speak?
Well, when you go to even the Kumasi South Hospital, that is supposed to be the Ashanti Regional Hospital, but the capacity it has to operate as a regional hospital, it doesn't have that capacity. So it still have abandoned facilities, major facilities that would have improved healthcare delivery. They still do not have some specialists who, of course, if they are not resorting to Konfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital, patients who are with some of these conditions, they cannot be treated at the Kumasi South Hospital, which is supposed to be the regional hospital. And the Kumasi South Hospital is lucky to have maybe something of the Sewa Hospital, maybe a complement or let me say an antidote that will solve their problems. That is the Sewa Hospital, which is a 250-bed capacity hospital. So if that is completed and is operational, that is going to be the Ashanti Regional Hospital. So people who are coming from...
But this hospital was commissioned, if I'm not mistaken. The Sewa Government Hospital, it was commissioned.
Well, so even when we're told it was commissioned, we followed up.
Exactly.
And then nothing of sort was happening. If it was commissioned, it means it was going to be operational.
Exactly.
But to date, it's not been operational. And then we visited some of the walls and some of the facilities. We saw even deterioration. Some parts of the buildings are deteriorating. The installed medical equipment are also gathering dust. And Kumasi South Hospital would have been relieved if the hospital was completed and operational. So the regional hospital would now be the Sewa Hospital or the Sewa Government Hospital, which is now the Ashanti, or which will be the Ashanti Regional Hospital. Then maybe the Kumasi South Hospital could have been upgraded to another facility, so that it can complement the efforts of the Komfo Teaching Hospital.
What about the
Hospital?
Afari Military Hospital?
So that is also a 500-bed capacity.
Exactly.
So, we are talking about the Komfo Teaching Hospital. The emergency unit only takes 37.
37, exactly.
It has 37 beds. That is for the Komfo Teaching Hospital, the emergency. But for the Afari, it has about 90 beds. We have down and then top floor of the emergency.
Right.
So that is 3 times the Komfo Teaching Hospital emergency, and that is not also operational. We have had several deadlines from the previous administration to this current administration who have come to give several deadlines. The late Defense Minister, Dr. Mani Buama, who was in the Ashanti region after his swearing in into office, he came and then pledged that the hospital was going to be completed in 2025, by the end of 2025. And the current president, John Dramani Mahama, also on his thank you tour, came and then promised that the hospital was going to be completed. But all these promises or all these deadlines have not been met. So today when you go there, it is the same as the Sewa Government Hospital.
So those two structures, the structures are there, but they're just not functioning. There's no water, no electricity, and it's
there was a problem at Sewa. They were complaining about the power supply. So ECG has gone to establish, or they have put a separate power supply system there. So
specifically for the hospital,
a transformer has been dedicated to that facility because of the equipment they will be running. So they will not be put on the same grid as maybe the residents within the community area, so that they will not be getting interruptions. So they have a separate transformer. And the same concern was also raised at Sewa, and that was also done. Sewa, we were told that the road infrastructure was not good, and they had to do the roads before the hospital can open. We saw during the MPP, some of the road projects were started, the drains were done, but the project is also abandoned.
Interesting. Hafiz, I want you to paint a picture of what Komfo will look like when you go there later today, with regard to the nurses joining the strike by the doctors. Paint a picture of the chaos. I can imagine the chaos. So paint a picture. What's likely to happen today when patients are turned away? Are they at least, taking care of patients who are who are inpatients, or both in and out patients are being turned away?
So yesterday, we were told that the patients who are in already will be taken care of. And then for new cases, they were not going to be admitting new cases. That was the case of the doctors.
Okay.
So even with that, the admission is usually done by the nurses.
Right.
So today, if they are not there, so the doctor is only in the consulting room or at the theater performing the surgeries and all that, and the nurses are giving them the support. And so the nurses will have to triage the cases before even letting the doctor know about what case is there.
Okay.
So the nurses who are supposed to be triaging the cases or taking the new admissions are not in today. So it means that new cases even are not going to be taken care of.
Wow.
And if the nurses are not also there, they also play a very critical role in ensuring that those inpatients are taken care of. So it would be a kind of dissertation of the hospital by health workers. You not find health workers there. And then patients, of course, are going to be left stranded. You know, Komfo also has a big issue about patients' relatives who usually sleep in the open. So now, when it's raining, when it's sunny, they are in the open because they have come far away from Kumasi, and they don't have anywhere to stay. So most of them, you go to Komfo, you see them just sleeping outside of the floor. They are sleeping there.
Yeah,
open.
under the trees, yes, in the open spaces.
They are sleeping under the trees and battling with mosquitoes and all that.
Right.
So patients' relatives are also going to be bearing the brunt, not only the patients who are there, because they have also brought their relatives, hoping that the nurses and the doctors will attend to them so that when their conditions are improved, they can move away and go back to their various homes. But you are going to see that being affected too.
Right, Hafiz, thank you so much for updating us on the situation. I am sure that we'll be hearing from stakeholders later today, and we'll definitely stay on that beat and update our viewers in subsequent bulletins as well. We'll be right back. We'll take you to Aveno so that we can see what is happening there with regards to the collapsed building and the 2 people who have been rescued so far. Don't go away.
To The Point of View. This is your favorite current affairs show here on Channel 1 Television. On The Point of View, we pick the right topics, get the right guests, and ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
With the complexities of the issues happening around us on a daily basis, it's the hard-hitting conversations and the probing questions of The Point of View.
So what is the Public Account Committee's job?
So what we do is to scrutinize, clarify, and find out why certain infractions have been made.
What do these IMF programs try to do?
The current program is for budget support.
Okay.
There are no projects attached.
That teases apart the twisted entanglements of politics and governance, as well as religious and social discourse. The Point of View brings you the policymakers and duty bearers and drills down to the very bottom of issue.
What authority do you have?
The Point of View airs every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
In a nation full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Umaru Sanda Amadou sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
Yes, I am Umaru Sanda Amadou. This is Face to Face, and you're welcome.
I say very often on the floor of Parliament that when we were in government, we got some things right, we got some things wrong.
Are you still planning to go to Parliament, or you want to look at National Party office position?
No, I'll be going back to Parliament. There's an unfinished business which I need to do.
Sports has 3 legs: development, management, and promotion.
Disintegration is extreme. We do not wish that even on your worst enemy.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on Channel 1 TV.
You're welcome back to Sunday Breakfast right here on Channel 1 TV. We're going straight to Aveno, where a building has collapsed, and the Ghana National Fire Service are there assessing the situation and trying to rescue persons who they say might be trapped under that building. So far, we know that 2 people have been rescued. My co-host, Jude Duncan, is there, and he's going to be joining us live. Jude, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning, Eno. I'm very well and in high spirits, but I can't say same for residents here in Aveno and 2 other people who have been trapped under the rubble, waiting for some work to be done in retrieving them from the rubble.
So aside the 2 that have been rescued, there are 2 still under the rubble?
So I engaged some officials here earlier, and they mentioned to me that some persons have been rescued, but 2 others are feared to be still stuck under the rubble, and they are waiting for some effort towards evacuating them. But as it stands now, that isn't taking place yet. The police have some of their men here on the ground. They also have some dogs who are sniffing around, trying to get as much information as possible on this. So basically, it's a joint operation. Many of the security services are here. The Ghana National Fire Service is here as well. The military is also here, and they are working to retrieve the persons feared to still be under the rubble.
All right, Jude, if you have been able to speak to people in authority there, recount to us how the incident had happened and how the Ghana National Fire Service arrived on the scene.
So we are told this happened at dawn. We are not exactly sure the exact time of incident, but we are told that loud noise was heard and the security agencies moved in very swiftly. The National Ambulance Service also here. They took care of one of the persons who was hurt from the collapse of the building, and they've treated and discharged him. But that person is still around. I'll try and find him so I can gauge him a bit further. But yeah, pretty much we are not really sure of the exact time of the incident. But according to some onlookers here, they were in their rooms, they were sleeping. In fact, some people were even outside as of the time it happened. But it happened so quickly, they were unable to capture it. And they say that they fear the worst, really, because there were some shops underneath this structure that has been demolished, and there were concerns that some squatters may have been sleeping there. So the numbers really may be worse than initially thought. But of course, you are waiting for official information and data surrounding this particular incident. But I would like to take you around so we can see the extent of damage right now. Like I said earlier, some officials from the Greater Accra RECSEC are here to ascertain the incident. I can also tell you that the mayor of Accra, Nikpapo, is also here. The minister for Greater Accra, Madam Linda Oklu, is also here to ascertain the extent of damage. Like I mentioned to you earlier, the ambulance service, the police, all of them are in their numbers trying to get a sense of what this is. Now, and it's important to remind our viewers that this is not the first time we are seeing this. As recent as March, we witnessed the collapse of another building in Accra New Town, where a church service also happened on a Sunday like this, where a church service was ongoing. 3 people died, many were hurt. And of course, it led to some conversations around relooking the building integrity of some structures, dotted around the country. So it's for some of the residents here, it's shocking that this has happened again. But let me just add that the rain is back. It's raining quite, a little heavy now, and we are still stuck. So we've been joined. I'm trying to get some thoughts from the Greater Accra Mayor, Nikpapo, who's been here since dawn, I must say, trying to get some understanding of what's happening. Mayor, thank you so much, and well done, really. When I got here, I spoke to some eyewitnesses who said that you're one of the first persons to arrive here. When you got here, what did you see?
As I said, I spoke to you already. We just spoke a while ago. I got here, earlier at 5 something, and where immediately I got here, there was a man who called me as a friend. So we got here, we were able to rescue one person. And I think one person is dead so far. One person is dead so far. So I called the regional minister quickly, and also regional minister, you can also see the regional minister is here. And as of now, we used to have drip machines at the RCC, but we don't have them anymore. So I called the regional minister and said he doesn't have hold of the machines. So we are waiting for the machines to come in for us to rescue the other people down there.
Have you heard from Andrew Neilante van der Poel, who runs the drip project?
Neilante is not in charge of Accra. I've called Accra coordinator.
I mean, considering that you need machines, so to be clear, you are waiting for machines so that you can go under the rubble to retrieve those who are stuck there.
Yeah.
But there are concerns that this happened at dawn. Why is it taking so long a time for these machines to arrive?
Some people must answer questions. Me, I have many machines at my disposal. My own is to make sure I'll come to the grounds and try to help with whatever help I can give the people.
Let me move to the Greater Accra Regional Minister. Madam, congratulations, by the way, on your recent award on being the best regional minister. But we have a very serious situation at hand right now. Earlier, I heard you complain about the delay in the arrival of the machines. What can you say to us about that?
Thankfully, we can all see that the machine is in, and so we didn't know why the delay. But what we have to be happy of is that finally the machine is here to work with. So.
For the benefits of our viewers, right? When you say the machine, what machine are you exactly referring to?
Oh, we need excavators to work with. The excavators to work with. So yes, and so sorry. Yes, the machine is in. I just told them. So yeah. So yes. So the machine excavators to work with, because I know there's a woman and a daughter trapped in there. So that is.
Many of the eyewitnesses here say that the delay in the arrival of this machine is problematic. What do you have to say to that?
Honestly speaking, I don't know why it delayed. That is what I can say. I mean, we are human, and so you wouldn't know why it delayed. Perhaps they are waiting for the operator, or perhaps when you can see that it's raining, and so I don't want to blame anybody because we are human. But I mean, our priority is that finally the machine is here to work with.
It's also important to know that in March this year, a similar incident occurred in Accra New Town. Conversations were rife around reassessing the structural integrity of some buildings in Accra. What do you have to say? Are you concerned as a regional minister that this is becoming the norm?
Yes, and you could see that we released a statement to that effect. And so, I mean, the engineers are working on it to give us the feedback as to the way forward, and so that together we can all comply with it.
Have you heard from the engineers on the ground? We understand there's a control center here. How long will the evacuation exercise take? How long are we expected to see those stuck under the rubble retrieved?
We have the men here. You could see that the military are here, the police is here, NADMO, everybody is, the mayor is also here. I mean, we have all the security apparatus here. And so, I mean, as early as possible, we are here to witness what will happen. We are just praying that the people in there will be safe for us.
Thank you so much for your time. So you just heard the Greater Accra Regional Minister, Linda Oklu, sharing her thoughts with us around the situation at hand. So what we can also report is that when this happened at dawn, there was a delay in the arrival of the machines, the excavators, and other equipment that was going to be used in the removing, really, or going under the rubble to retrieve those who are stuck under. Thankfully, this heavy equipment, has arrived, and the work is expected to start. We are being told that 2 other persons are feared stuck under. A mother with a child is stuck under the rubble right now, and hopefully very soon efforts to go underneath the rubble will commence. But it's also interesting to note that since we got here, the military have been here quite in their numbers. Armed police officers are also here. We've seen some other persons from the national security also here in their numbers as well, trying to understand what is going on here. Yes, so the deputy NADMO boss is here.
Okay.
Yes, and I can hear you.
Yes, I wanted to clarify that the 2 persons that had been retrieved, the bodies retrieved from the rubble, is that 1 person is dead from those 2 that were rescued? I want the clarification on that.
So, we don't have enough information on the number of persons retrieved under the rubble. But what we do know is that earlier in my interview I had with the mayor of Accra, he mentioned to me or showed me an individual who was caught up in this and was retrieved. Now, the good thing is for him was that he was not further in the building. So it was easy for them to get him out as of the time the building collapsed. So personally, I can report that I've seen only 1 person who is being evacuated from the rubble. But I can also tell you that work is ongoing. The evacuation exercise has started. The big stones is being removed. Now, a difficulty in this particular situation we are seeing here is that there is an electricity transformer very close to the building. In fact, if you can see it on your screen, it's been partly demolished as a result of the collapse, right? And that has also created a very serious situation because they are unsure what else, could be happening in there. So the mayor of Accra in an interview with me said that they are directed for the power to the building to be completely shut so that it can make the exercise easier. But as I speak to you right now, the excavator is in there. They are working. Hopefully, we are able to retrieve persons who are stuck under the rubble. But I'm trying to get some persons so I can speak to. I've been joined by the district NADMO officer for the Okaikwe sub-metro. Hello, sir. Welcome to Channel 1 TV.
Thank you.
At what point did you hear of this building collapse?
I saw the news on Joy News, and then I received a call also from a lady who called me and told me that a building here has collapsed just opposite the Malcolm Plaza. So I quickly drove in. I got here around 6:35 a.m. in the morning. When I got in here, the mayor of Accra was also here, and then we have the security personnel, the military, the police officers who were all here, and then the national, NADMO from national, they were also here.
When you go here, can you describe the scene of the incident for us?
When I got in here, I did got some information about 2 casualties, and then they have already been taken to the Ridge Hospital. And then we have about 2 or 3 trapped in down there. So the mayor called to inform them to bring the excavators. So we were here from about 6 to now. Just a few minutes ago that the excavator got in here. So we are now trying our best to make sure that we could get out the people who were being trapped.
Very, very important. Thank you for the safety concern. Yes, so you were saying that when you got here, there are concerns or there are fears that 2 or 3 people may be stuck in there. But do we know what the purpose of this building was? Was it a shop? Was it a residential facility? Can you tell us, give us information to that regard?
Actually, I don't know what the purpose of this building, but I am in this jurisdiction, so I normally use this stretch. And then I have seen this 4-story building being put up here some years back. So, but I don't think they were operating anything in it. They have, I think they have a shop under this building, this story building. So that was, I think, a baby care. They sell, I think, baby products here. So that is what I know. But the actual purpose of this building, I don't know.
Thank you so much for your time. But have you seen the person who was believed to have been retrieved from the rubble very early on?
No, when I got in here, he has already been taken to the Ridge Hospital. Yes, so I didn't meet I didn't meet the casualties when I got in here. They have already been taken to Ridge Hospital.
Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you too.
All right, so you heard there an official from the Okaikwe South Sub-Metro. He's with NADMO, and he was explaining to us what might have transpired here. But for those who are watching us and are unsure where this particular location is, now the building we are referring to is very close, or let me say right opposite the Melcom Plus building in North Industrial Area. This locality is Aveno, and the constituency is the Okaikwe South constituency, where Ernest Kion Adomako, I beg your pardon, is member of parliament. But we've seen quite a number of high-profile personalities from the police service coming here. We've seen the Greater Accra Minister earlier also here, granted an interview explaining her point of view. So demolition exercises, or let me say evacuation, is ongoing. Heavy equipment going under to retrieve the rubble. It's believed and feared that a woman and her child are stuck in there. Other onlookers say it could be more, because this particular building is a safe haven for some persons who try to sleep under when businesses close. Those who don't have homes and are in the locality, usually in the evening, especially when it's raining, they would make a tent underneath the building and try to get some rest. So there are really concerning scenes here. I'll try and get some persons who have been in this area for some time and understand to an extent the locality here.
Jude, there's a gentleman standing by you.
Also been
there's a gentleman standing by you.
Yes.
I would like for you to speak to him. Is he a resident of Aveno?
Thankfully, he's the assembly member for the area. Hello, sir. Good morning and welcome to Channel 1 TV.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm thriving. I hope you are well.
I'm good. Just unfortunate situation.
Can you help us with your name and your designation?
So my name is Honorable Alfred CDJ. I'm the assemblyman for the area and also the NALAC president of Ghana.
Interesting. What particular location are we in?
So we are in the Aveno electoral area. We have 8 electoral areas in the Okaikwe South constituency, and Aveno electoral area is one of them. Yeah.
Can you create a picture for us, right? At what point did you hear of this? At what time did you get here? And what can you report for us as far as the work is concerned?
Okay, so I was called around quarter to six. So quickly I have to rush down here. I tried calling the mayor. I called the mayor, responded that he's even here earlier. So I came to meet the mayor of Accra. So I got here around 6:20. When I came, the mayor and the security service, they are all around.
So at what particular time do we know for sure the time with which the building collapsed?
Okay, I was reliably informed that it collapsed around 4:45 to 5. Okay, so the area guys tried their best to pull those they can. And I've been reliably informed that they were able to pull 2 people out. Unfortunately, one is dead, and the other, I think, is at the hospital now. But we also reliably informed that there are 2 people trapped in there. So this building, basically, it was put up about 4 years ago. 4 years ago. So just a few months ago, they were able to complete the ground floor, which is used for a mother care. The person is operating. The next one is supposed to be a mother care. Yes, a mother care shop. And the first floor is supposed to be a restaurant. Okay, and the upstairs is supposed to be a guest house or let me say a guest house. So that's what I mean, reliably informed.
So are you saying that the building adjoining to the rubble we see here, they were all together?
They were all together.
And this building is a residential facility.
Yes.
And what we saw collapse had a restaurant and a mother care shop. The first floor.
Okay. The first floor is supposed to be a restaurant. The ground floor, which is being in operation now, okay, it's used for a mother care. So the person is even operating in it. About 3-4 months ago, it was open, so it's fully operational.
Now, I want you to explain to us, there are concerns that the building wasn't fully developed or completed as of the time it was collapsed. Do we have any information around that? And do we also know the state of the building before it all came down?
Okay. If I can say right now, all we need to find out whether the building is having even building permits for it to be considered. That is one legitimate question that everybody would have asked. Is the building having permits? Who supervises it? Because this is, a 3-story building. You can just imagine. And this raises a lot of concern within even our jurisdiction, whether the proper thing has been done. But at the moment, one thing I want to dwell on is how to do with our response to things. Response. Actually, we've been here for the past 3 hours. The first excavator came, it was not working. Okay? They have to, so about 3-4 hours. This one.
And who was responsible for bringing in the heavy equipment being used?
The first thing I have to do, every assembly is supposed to have drip machine. Okay, we have the drip coordinator. So what was the information that was in? But I'm not shifting blame to anybody. But at the end of the day, the 2 people are trapped in it. So I assume that they have even 1 hour lifespan. Okay, for them to be under, for them to be rescued. 3-4 hours. Everybody was confused. Everybody. So our response to issues in Ghana is nothing to write home about. Let me put it that way. So
there was a delay in the arrival of the equipment.
Factually, there was a delay. Because just look at the time this machine came. Okay, if this thing happened around 5 o'clock, and so now the machine which is in operation just came, you can just ask your question that what is happening. Our response to issues is not the best at all. All the mayor is here, the regional minister is, everybody is here. Okay, so who is supposed to answer certain questions? These are the questions that I will ask as an assembly member for the state.
I'd want to also try and help us understand how busy is this area usually?
So the entire area is busy because we have the Melcom here, we have Latest Foam here. So the person who put this that is going to make business out of. That is why all the ground floor has been occupied for a mother care. The second one, as I said, for the restaurant, which is not yet in operation, and the upstairs is for the, how do we call it, the residents, okay? But the area is very busy, but this was completed some few months ago, which I think right now is getting people to occupy the place.
This is the second building collapse in the past couple or in some few months, right? In March 2026, we saw the Accra Newtown building collapse. Also on a Sunday, where 3 people died. As an assembly member, are you worried about the repeated instances of building collapse?
I am much worried as an assemblyman for the area and also the NALAC president of Ghana. You see, when the Newtown building collapsed, I think I was on Joy for an interview, and I was asking that, now, we all know the problem, but sometimes we lack the political will or this obstruction to that. Just look at, let's go to, how do we call it, Labadi. When we all know about that building closer to the seashore. We know the structural integrity, I don't think is the best, and we are waiting for disaster to occur before. We have a similar one in Avenue. I've told the mayor from now we must even just move it right under my nose at Avenue. It needs to be brought up. We shouldn't wait for disaster to occur before. I will go back there. We should not even wait for disaster to occur before. We'll be granting interview. We all know the right thing to do, and people need to be held accountable. If you are putting up a building and the building is not in the right shape, you don't have the permit, because as soon as you have permit, we have engineers from AMA who will come and inspect. Some people will come for permit for just 1 story, and they think they are smart, and they will increase it to 3, 4, or 5. All these things need to be checked.
Wow, thank you so much for your time. So 1 person has been confirmed dead.
1 person has been confirmed dead. We know that 2 people are trapped under now as we are talking. That's why I'm talking about our response. Yes, if some people are trapped around 5 a.m. So now, even ventilation-wise, you can just imagine.
I spoke to some eyewitnesses earlier who said that because of the nature of the building, usually in the evening and when it's raining, some persons try to seek shelter underneath. Yes. And they fear that because it was raining last night and early this dawn, they are concerned that some other persons maybe more. Do you get a sense?
Yeah, I get it, because the 2 people are the people who sleep there. Okay. Since it's raining, there are a lot of squatters around. Definitely, maybe some might be hiding, then maybe the building might have collapsed. So we are still waiting for the debris to be removed, then we'll see what we can do about that.
Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you very much, boss.
Great. So you heard the assemblyman for the Aveno district here in the Okaikwe South, one of the electoral areas here. There are 8 of them. He's also the NALAC president, sharing his thoughts with us. Now, according to him, the 2 persons who've been trapped in there are persons who are known to be living in there. They stay in there, and yes, so they've been trapped. But from some residents here and other persons who know the area, know the building, live around and work around, the fear is that because the building is huge and it has some shelter under which persons who don't have homes can sleep under when it's raining, they usually would see persons gathered there. So the fear is that the number could be more. But I know what I can report to you is that we've been officially told that 1 person has lost their life as a result of this unfortunate incident. 2 persons, like I said, trapped in there. I have personally seen 1 other person who was rescued and was looking very fine. But we've been joined by the deputy NADMO boss. He's been very busy.
I can see that, yes.
Honorable Teddy, thank you for your time and welcome to Channel 1 TV. Fair enough. I mean, he has some very busy schedule to attend to. Hopefully he will join us right after that. And he's been up the whole place trying to get some work done. It's been very difficult. And we've seen that a command post has also been set up. Currently, the deputy NADMO boss is engaging the Greater Accra Regional Minister together with the Mayor of Accra on the efforts ongoing to deal with this particular situation. It's been very disturbing. It's been very, very disturbing for some persons who are here, and the fear really is that the situation may be worse than feared.
All right.
As I speak to you now, officials from the Ghana Armed Forces are on the rubble, and they are trying to draw up a plan to effectively go underneath the debris and get to the persons who have been stuck in there. So a lot is happening here, and I can tell you for a fact, and it is very, very disturbing.
Right.
One major concern we've heard from some persons here is that the transformer from the Electricity Company of Ghana, very close to their building, is making the rescue efforts very difficult. That has been mentioned. Another fear also is that, as you can see right now, that transformer I'm referring to is in your shot. Another fear is that the response rate from officials mandated to begin the evacuation took too long, because this happened just before 6 a.m. we are told, and as at 8 a.m. when the minister got here, the heavy equipment had not arrived. We got here as early as 7 a.m. When we got here, the machines were not here. And for some persons here, they are really disappointed in our response rate. We've seen officials from the National Fire Service also having their own specialized equipment to help with the evacuation process. So it is very, very concerning, I must say. Very, very concerning. Some eyewitnesses say that they are really surprised and shocked at the rate at which it took for this equipment to come, knowing that every district is supposed to have their own drip project or drip machine.
Jude, a quick
so
question to you while you run us through what is happening at Aveno. We understand that the Vice President is going to be there, so stay on that beat for us. But a quick question for you, Jude. There was the Assemblyman mentioned that the adjoining building is a residential block. Do we know whether the residents in that particular building have been evacuated, or they are still in their building, as it is very close to the collapsed building?
No, please kindly repeat your question again. I lost you briefly.
Okay. So I was alerting you that the Vice President is on her way to your location, the collapsed building site at Aveno. So I was saying you should stand by for that. And I'm also asking you that when you spoke to the Assemblyman, he mentioned that the adjoining building to the collapsed one is a residential building. Now, what I want to find out is if people in that residential building have been evacuated, or are they still in their buildings?
So, yes, you're right. The assembly man for the area did say that the adjoining building is usually used as a residential facility and has a restaurant. Underneath the main building that has collapsed is what is or has a shop, right? A mother care shop. Now, we are not really clear, right? We are not really clear as to how or whether the remainder of the building will also be demolished. But it is very likely. And you know, a very difficult situation right now is the electricity cables, right? In the way of the demolition exercise. It's made the exercise very difficult for the officials involved, and they are seen to be having a hard time, I can tell you that for sure, as far as clearing up the rubble list and going to get the people underneath the rubble. So it's been a very difficult situation. But earlier in your shot, you may have also seen some K9 units from the Ghana Armed Forces together with their specialized dogs who are, I believe, are going to try and get in there to sniff for persons who are in there. So it's been very difficult. The exercise is still ongoing, and a lot of people have gathered around. The minister is still here. The mayor is still here. ACP Kofi Sapon as well is also in here as well. So we are following and we are monitoring keenly. We try and get as many officials as possible to give us a proper and a clearer picture of what the situation is. But clearly, it looks very difficult. Some persons earlier who spoke to me said that they were not confident that there will be any successes as far as rescuing people from this is concerned. Because for those who were not even further in the building when the incident happened, already one person lost their life. And considering how long these persons have stayed under the rubble, the fear is that it may really be worse, even though, of course,
they've been there 3+ hours, right?
They come out alive. I know you were saying something.
They've been there 3+ hours. They've been under the rubble for over 3 hours, if I'm not mistaken.
Pretty much, or maybe more. We are being told that calls are for the demolition. Calls for the demolition started at around 6:15 in the morning. And you can check the time now. So it gives you a fair idea of how long they've been under the rubble. And I mean, the concern is that for at least some 3 hours or more, these persons may have been stuck under the rubble. So it is really, really serious here. I mean, there's a lot of disappointment, really, I can say, and also shock.
Right.
Because the general concern is that, yes, indeed, officials got here on time. Yes, indeed, the armed forces responded in good time. But for some reason, the machinery needed to do the work was not here. And a lot of people were left shocked, right? People didn't have answers. And earlier when I met the Greater Accra Regional Minister, she was clearly not happy with the delay in the arrival of these equipment. So it remains to be seen what will happen in the aftermath of this. But demolition is ongoing, or let me say evacuation rather is ongoing. They are trying to clear the debris and get underneath to see the extent of damage, and pretty much shortly and hopefully we get some good news to share with you as far as this exercise is concerned.
Jude, earlier it was raining. What's the weather situation there now?
So it stopped raining. As of the time I got here, it was largely drizzle. But now pretty much the weather is clear for us and it's not raining anymore. But earlier at the time I started my interview, you could pretty much tell that of course it was raining, but now it's pretty much clear. But Enosafo.
Yes, Jude Duncan. What do you have for me?
I'm joined by one of I have an interview with you now on one of the persons who was in the building as of the time it demolished.
You mean it collapsed?
According to the Greater Accra Regional. Hello, Eno, can you hear me?
Yes, Jude, I can hear you. There was one person
Yes, so
in the
according
building.
to the...
Go ahead.
Yes. So according to the Greater Accra Mayor, Nick Papo, he pointed out to this young man as one of the survivors. He was in the building at the time of the demolition.
The collapse.
Sorry, at the time of the collapse, rather. And I'll try to get his thoughts very briefly.
Kindly
Hello, sir.
do
Good
that.
morning and welcome to Channel 1 TV.
Good morning.
Sorry about the incident you have just faced, and commiserations really with you. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm not feeling fine now. In short, I don't feel happy at all because what happened today, I don't expect that.
Were you in the building as of the time the building collapsed?
Yes, no, I did the building now. As I just see the one pillar fall, nothing come out beside the building. One of my colleagues when they still said the building, as that one hear the noise, that one still come out. That one still want to snap the pillar, go send, go give the guy get the house. The next night, the building begin to fall. Now me wrong. Now that one still keep wrong, now the building press up for ground there.
So how many people were in the building as of the time the building collapsed?
There is 2 people, but one in the mosque there. The building hit that one, but other guy is stay this building, but that one jump and break his ribs.
Wow. So he's been hurt. Has he been sent to the hospital?
Yeah. Sent to the hospital.
Yourself, were you sent to the hospital for any checks or assessment?
Yes. They treat my leg. I have some medical issue.
What hospital were you sent to?
No, ambulance came and take me there and treat me. Yeah.
Who owns this building? Do you know the owner? And usually what happens here normally?
Yeah, it's a normal building for us. I'm security here. I've been here a year plus. You know, here is where business, the store here is business, where they do business.
What kind of business?
They sell anything, provision, mineral, this type of thing, water. That is it. But today I don't expect what happened. That is my final issue because now I'm very, very angry because that guy will die.
So sorry about your loss and our sympathies with you. So I know you had there a gentleman who claims to have been in a building as of the time it demolished. Now, according to him, he saw one of the buildings or the pillars supporting the buildings come down, after which he quickly ran. Now, he said to me that some other person who was in the adjoining building to the main building that has collapsed, in seeing that the building was gradually coming down, jumped from the remainder of the structure there and hurt his ribs and is now at the hospital for treatment.
Wow.
Now, he says to me also that 2 other persons are feared dead, confirming what we earlier feared. So that is the situation really. According to him, he's a security man here who is responsible for the security of this building, so he has a fair idea of what happens here. Now, we are also being told that there's an adjoining mosque to the incident scene, and the extent of damage of the collapse, or as a result of the collapse, affected the mosque too, leading to some other casualties in there as well. We are unable to, as at now, explain the extent of damage, but it looks pretty serious and very worrying. So I know we are here there. So what is happening right now, from what I can see, is that officials from the Ghana National Fire Service are assisting in cutting cables in the way of the debris, right? So they are trying to create more room or space so that the excavator can go in there to get underneath the rubble and rescue persons caught in this. So a lot of the wiring in the way of the excavator has been cut. We're unsure if that will affect power supply for residents in the area, but clearly we saw that happen and we can report on live TV. As far as the demolition, I beg your pardon, the rescue effort is concerned here at the Aveno district in the Okaigwe South constituency.
Right.
I know, so really grim scenes here.
Yes.
Really grim.
Yes. Jude,
very,
let me
shocking.
while
also,
you catch your breath, let me run our viewers through what has happened so far. So we know that a rescue operation is ongoing after a building collapsed at Aveno here in Accra. It happened around dawn. particular time of the incident, we do not know. We do know, though, that one person has died as a result of the building collapse. We also know that the area has been cordoned off. Military personnel, Ghana National Fire Service, NADMO police, several officials, including the mayor of Accra, as well as the regional minister, are there currently, and they are assisting with rescue efforts. We also know that the excavator that we were waiting for to be used to aid in the evacuation of persons who we believe are stuck under the rubble took hours to get to the site. The regional minister expressed her dissatisfaction with that, as well as the Accra mayor. Another thing that we are informed of is that electricity has been cut to the area because they needed to cut it so that they could access the building, which is also close to an ECG transformer. Jude earlier on spoke to the security guard of that particular structure, who you could visibly see was shaken. He had just returned from the hospital where he sought some treatment for the wounds that he got. He gave an eyewitness account of what occurred. He first heard one pillar fall and subsequently saw the building fall as well, and he saw someone jump from that building, and he says that the person was also affected and has also been rushed to the hospital where that particular person is seeking treatment. Efforts are still underway to assess the rubble and to dig out persons who may either be alive or dead. We cannot confirm, but it is confirmed, though, that there are still 2 more people in that building. That building, we understand, has a baby and mother care provision store, as well as a residential part, as well as and we are being told that it wasn't completed. It wasn't a completed structure, but it was still being used. And my co-host, Jude Duncan, is within the Aveno area, and he has been bringing us up to speed on the ground and what is happening there. Let's go back to Jude. Jude, if you can hear me, have any of the personnel been able to enter the rubble, or what are the efforts? What efforts are being done right now?
So for now, I can say that none of the officials here have been able to enter the rubble. So they are still trying to evacuate. They are still trying to evacuate and also get underneath. None so far I've seen have been able to go underneath. So they are still clearing, trying to clear and get a fair idea of what the situation is before, hopefully, I'm told that the K9 units would also have their dogs in there to search for signs of life, really. Then after which, hopefully, we get to see what the next line of action would be. But pretty much, and for now, we've not seen anybody get. The extent of the collapse is serious, Eno, because we are told there's a really huge building.
How many floors?
And if you can see your shot. Pardon?
You said it's a huge building. I wanted to know the exact number of floors. Was it a 3-story building?
We are being told it's a 3-story building.
Okay.
Right? And pretty much. So you can see for yourself, it doesn't look like there's anything really to salvage from this, because everything has just come crumbling down, really. So the efforts are still ongoing, and hopefully very soon we are able to get a clearer sense of what the situation looks like. But there are many onlookers here. The military are here in their numbers. They are going through, some of them going through their drills with the K9 unit of the Ghana, or the military police K9 unit, going through their drills with their specialized dogs. The Ghana Police Service also have their K9 unit here. And hopefully, and very soon, they are able to give us a clearer picture of what the situation looks like. So, Eno, we are here.
Yes.
And we are following.
Jude, you earlier spoke to the assembly member of the area, and he did mention that aside this building, there were other buildings within the Aveno area that he suspects are not, their structural integrity has been compromised. Did he have any such intuition about this particular building that has collapsed prior to today? If you've spoken to any of the officials
right.
around,
so,
yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Eno, according to the assemblyman for the Aveno electoral area, his concern is that there is a growing trend of, persons who come to the assembly and refuse to go through the rights process as far as getting the building permits for their building.
Right.
They sidestep the process and do what they want because the supervision is also low usually.
Yes.
According to him, there's also concerns that there are times where people come for a building permit for a particular building and they end up doing something completely different from the plan they presented to the assembly. So that is usually the concerns really, and they are saying that the inspection will have to be enhanced. But right now, earlier you were asking me whether officials have tried to get inside to see whether there are any signs of life or anything they can help us with.
Yes.
So I've seen some officials who have inscriptions written NADMO over their jackets, and they are looking and trying to figure out what may be in there.
Okay.
Also, a huge truck from the assembly is literally just coming across, hopefully to clear some of the rubble and the debris that is here, so that it gives a lot more space for them to go underneath to continue with the rescue efforts. But NADMO officials are there, some of them holding their pickaxes and their shovel with a torchlight, trying to see what is happening in there. Of course, we've seen another excavator also come. I believe there are 2 more on their way, making a total of 3 excavators on the site right now. So you can say that it's a full-scale incident management scene right now, involving different security agencies and also first responders. The police is here, the military is here, the Ghana National Fire Service is here, national security officials are here, officials from the Accra Metropolitan Assembly are here, the ambulance service, they are friends, they are here. In fact, let me add that the ambulance service were the first persons to respond to the gentleman who survived the building collapse incident. So the ambulance service are here, and they are helping with the efforts to retrieve the persons trapped under the rubble. So in your shot right now is the second excavator that has arrived here, and the time is 9:56 a.m. So you can imagine the incident took place somewhere around 6 a.m. 9:56 is the time the second excavator has arrived. Some onlookers say that it is not proper. It shows lapses in our security and in our response system, and that it's important that we need to fix some of these things so that we don't have to endure these repeated cycles of persons being trapped under rubble or even building collapse in general, really.
All right, so, Jude, I want you to catch your breath. I want you to catch your breath while I go over the phone lines and speak to Engineer Abdullahi Mahama, who's a road and building consultant, to pick his thoughts on this issue as it is unfolding right before our eyes. Good morning, Engineer Mahama.
Good morning, Mr. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, sir. I hope you're well.
It's pleasure. I'm fine.
All right, Engineer, based on the images, and I'm sure you've heard about the Aveno building collapse this morning.
Yeah, I just heard it from your producer.
All right.
I'm on the way driving towards Tokyo. Yeah.
Okay, so based on the information you have received, what do you think are some of the common factors that would cause such a building to collapse?
Well, let me generalize it in what I've been saying. I think on Channel 1 TV, even last year, Philip and then Chris interviewed me that why did I say that a lot of buildings in Accra are just standing by the grace of God? And that statement I made, I think people didn't understand it well. I made this statement some years, I think 2018, that if God should take his eyes off a microsecond, a lot more buildings are going to collapse in Accra.
Wow.
Sadly, that particular week, in fact, it's on, I think you can get it on my Joe Online or Channel 1 as well. When I made that statement, sadly, 2 weeks down the line after that, 6 buildings collapsed in Accra.
Wow.
6. And I'm not a future, this is just science related. I undertook some structural integrity analysis for some buildings within East Legon and Pantine, Abokobi area in 2021. And when I finished some of them, I got some shocking revelations. In fact, one of the buildings we had to stop. When we were entering the side of the building, a tipper truck was passing close by. You could see the building vibrate.
Wow.
And so it was alarming, and I said we will not risk our lives into this. So that eventually was retrofitted. What it means is that the functionality or the integrity of the building was so much in question.
Right.
And so sometimes the assemblies would have their drawings properly approved. But when it comes to the execution of the construction, that is where some of the owners of the buildings decide to shortchange their own designs and then go on with less standardized material in terms of the number of iron rod they are supposed to put in the building, and then the concrete mix. Let's say if I know that one cement bag is supposed to use to produce 30 number of blocks with the C, that's a 42 N and N. People will go and do 60 or 40 bags with one cement bag, and sometimes with the understanding of with the consent of the owners of the land. And so we are shortchanging ourselves in our buildings. I'm not surprised that sadly this is happening. And last week on Wednesday, the day of the Eid, when we had a holiday, one other building of 54 rooms collapsed at Ganoff. In fact, I had a discussion with the Ganoff MC. But he has seen the building and has raised his doubts about the integrity of the building physically. The owner had his own, resentment he was trying to pull off, and then they told us to go and undertake the integrity so that they can retrofit the building to strengthen it.
Right.
This person didn't, and then sadly, 54-room building, which is about 6 million Ghana cedis, had gone down. At least there was no death, there was no casualty. And so if it becomes collapse of buildings and nobody will die, I'll be all for it for the recalcitrant developers or owners of the land who decide not to do the right thing. My dear, a lot of the buildings in Accra, and I'll say it today again, a lot of the buildings are standing by the grace of God.
Wow. Engineer, is it possible to identify potential structural failures from the visible damage to a building or a site?
You see, when you are driving and walking across, even those who the lay persons are able to raise doubt about some buildings which are stringing up. This building that collapsed recently is it the one that they use as a church?
Adenta. Okay, yeah.
No,
the one that happened in March. Yes.
Yes. It was questionable. You can just see that as you're just driving past the place, you see that this structure has a lot of questions. And I'm told that the assembly went in and they were supposed to flag the place for nobody to go and cohabit the place as they are going to bring the building down. But Ghanaians, some people have to go to church. They were saying that when they go, the mercy of God will be overwhelming on them. But why do we do this to ourselves? This is the same Creator has given us the wisdom to analyze things and come up with the best of all.
Right.
So it is. I'll keep on saying that the recalcitrant nature of the citizens, the indiscipline, the kind of false hope we have, the fact that a structural engineer Mama has done a design for you. And it says that you need 150 bags of cement for your foundation. And you decide that at the blind side of India, I'm going to use 80 bags for the foundation. It will not be okay. It's just a matter of time that the building may come down.
Right.
People are supposed to have what we call soil test. You're going to put up a 3-story building, and they say that check the foundation, the existing ground. At what depth can the earth contain or hold your building? And it says that go and do a soil test so that you can determine where you're going to put your foundation. And you say that maybe because of 10,000, 15,000 cities, I will not do it. But you are coming to invest 3 million Ghana cedis in a building. But it will take you less an amount of money to get everything sound in your ear, so that you know that the building you are putting up is as sound and as strong as it's going to stay for the functionality of the building. And now there's another penchant of Ghanaians mixing the intent of a building. My dear, you'll be doing a 2-story building, and you said that it's going to be a residential apartment.
Right.
But because the building is situated along the roadside, and because somebody has assessed the economic viability of the building, he now turns the building, the purpose of the building, into a shop, a warehouse. But the design didn't factor a dead load of that magnitude or that quantity. You understand?
Yeah.
So once the building can be structurally sound at the time of the construction, because the intent or the purpose of the building was a domestic building, which has an average of about 5-6 families in a one. That's what we call the life load or the ultimate load. But you go and put another imposed load, which is not supposed to be, because the columns now cannot hold the load that you have exerted on it. So you start to see, even as a layperson, you see cracks developing on your building. Some of the cracks are not the ones, some of the cracks are as a result of maybe clay content in your sand. Those ones are very, very minute ones. But when you start to see some diagonal cracks at the side of the windows and the columns buckling, you see some columns peeling off and they're trying to bend in a small way, you need to quickly involve a structural engineer to come and assess the building for you, so that we will not be where we are. And I'm just saying it again. You quote me, I said most buildings, most solid buildings in Accra, are standing by the grace of God. And that is the sad revelation.
Engineer, you've spoken a lot about people cutting corners, perhaps. So what responsibilities do developers, engineers like yourself, and probably local authorities, each of these people I've mentioned, what do they bear in ensuring building safety?
All right, so myself, if you are an engineer, you and myself, we are engineers.
Yes.
Somebody comes to us that he wants to put up a 4-story building. You will give him the process that he's supposed to undertake.
Right.
Maybe he agrees to it and you do it for him. He sends it to the assembly. Now it's out of your hand. Once we get to the assembly will vet the drawings to see whether it is compliant with the BS code or the Euro code. Once it's compliant and they issue the permit for the person, it's incumbent on the assembly that periodically, the word is periodically, when you are doing stage by stage, when you are doing your foundation, they should have at least come and assess the foundation, examine the foundation after you have done it, before you are given approval to continue. When you get to the first floor, they come in to assess the work before you continue. But they always say that they don't have enough of funds to be able to be moving around yes. in every building.
Right.
No, so if you own your building and you value your life, don't just give your building to a quack mason or somebody who says he can do buildings and you leave the building for the person to undertake. Get certified engineers, even from the assembly. They can recommend engineers for you so that you ease the work, the bed of the assembly, and you are sure that your building will stand the test of time. So in as much as I say the assembly is crowned with the power to do the periodic or the routine check of your building, if they are not coming to the place because of maybe where it is located, you also have an obligation to engage a certified engineer or contractor to put up your building for you. You go to the hospital and before you are diagnosed or you are given medication, the doctor will give your samples to the laboratory to undertake that assignment for you, right?
Exactly.
In the same way, buildings have doctors, and the doctors of buildings are engineers.
Mm-hmm.
So let them diagnose your building and let them execute your building for you. We will not be having some of these things happening. I have put up over tens of thousands of buildings for individuals and companies. I don't see anything like that. Not even cracks in my building. So we need to engage the professionals to undertake our building for us. When you go to the assembly, apart from giving your building permit and getting your building permit, you can request from the assembly engineers to recommend an engineer for you.
Okay.
So that at least it becomes binding. That when I even wanted, I'm a lay person, but when I wanted Eno to recommend somebody for me, he recommended Engineer Mahama or Engineer Philip for me to undertake my building.
Mm-hmm.
And now we can have some sanity in our state. But it's not surprising that already we're having buildings collapsing. And then now the rains have come, the buildings are becoming more wet, the foundations are undermined. When we say that one of the first requirements before you execute a building is what we call the soil investigation. This is the reason why we want you to do a soil investigation, so that in the event where you have 4 days of continuous rain, we want to understand how the soil would perform with the load that you have applied on it.
Wow.
It is not just it's not just a fluke that we ask you to do the soil test before you put up your building on it. It has a reason why. So in the event, you have what we call the California burial ratio. What it means is that in the event where you have 4 days of continuous rain in an area, and your building is sitting on that particular soil, how would the soil perform? And how would your building be able to stand the test of time? So this education, it goes for everybody. The engineers who are not structural engineers or civil engineers, we have mechanical engineers, electrical engineers. But basically, these informations are supposed to be there on your YouTube for people to be listening and apply. It's application which is the problem.
Engineer Mahama, so you've spoken a lot, and we really appreciate your time. I'm lost for words because we see this happening time and time again. Just Wednesday, another building collapsed at Adenta, and today a similar issue at Aveno. In a situation like what is happening right now, there's a residential building just close by. So should nearby buildings be evacuated following a collapse like this?
No, the other buildings may have gone through the various process in ensuring that their buildings are sound.
Okay.
You may have 2 buildings sitting on the same soil. One of them would have what we call its soil test properly done, so we're able to determine the depth of the foundation. The same building will have its design properly done by a certified structural engineer, and they adhere to all the iron rods and then the mixed design that was given to them. Okay. The opposite building, sitting almost the same soil on the same opposite of the other building, may have done everything wrong. One building will come down, one will survive. So we have to just assess the other buildings around to see whether they are structurally sound, and they will be allowed to be functioning as usual. Any other one which is in question, the assembly may now evoke the laws and assign a structural engineer to undertake a structural integrity analysis. It doesn't mean that when your building has failed, a portion of the building is question mark. It means they are going to collapse the building. That's why we have what we call retrofitting. So the engineers will now call the expert to come and retrofit. It means that they may reinforce your building by implanting some columns, additional beams, steel columns, steel beams to enhance the compliance or the integrity of your structure. So people should not be scared to engage engineers to undertake certain. I've been saying on Channel 1, I said that anytime you see foreign investors coming to your country and they go in to acquire existing properties, they first and foremost engage engineers either from the Ghana Institute of Engineering or the Institute of Engineering and Technology, or they have some consultants like us. Then what they do is that they engage you to go and assess whether the building standing there can be used for the intent and purpose that they want to put the building to. Even before they sit down to negotiate to either to go for a lease or to acquire the building in total.
Right.
But how come we are sitting in our own country and we feel like we don't want to undertake such things that will rather enhance the functionality of your building? I don't understand. I don't get it.
Engineer, would you therefore say that building regulations are adequate?
Very adequate.
Okay, so then enforcement is the problem?
The building regulations in Ghana, let me give you the LOSPA has part of the bill. That's the Land Use and Special Planning Act at 2016 at 925. The National Building Regulation LI 2465, which was passed in 2022, that was an amended. And then the Local Governance Act at 936. These two documents are so beautiful with proper regulations that sometimes ensures that some responsibility is with the assembly and some other responsibility is with the owner. And if we all adhere to it, we will not be where we are. We may have one exceptional case that may be as a result of a severe or an intense earthquake or an earth tremor or a very huge flood that would have eroded a whole building completely because of not the building but because of adjoining facilities and functionality of the soil. That has brought the integrity of a foundation to where it is for a building to collapse. Otherwise, these are exceptional cases, what we call the force majeure, the act of God. You get it?
Yes.
So the other ones are all non-compliance with regulations and people cutting corners to execute their buildings, and then you lose a 6 million Ghana cedi building because you didn't undertake something which would have been 100,000 Ghana cedis to a 6 million Ghana cedis. Who has lost? At least one, there was no life lost on that particular. I'm very excited, or let me say, I'm very satisfied that an individual had not complied with the execution of his building regulations, and then his building came down and nobody was affected.
Engineer, in the aftermath of this building collapse, what key questions should investigators be asking?
I always say that from 2012 was a major Melcom disaster that shook the country. We saw the president's JDM at the time, His Excellency Dramani Mahama, campaigning at the time, had to cut his campaign and come there. Other politicians were all there. Israelis were flown into Ghana. What is the result? What is the outcome of the investigation? Are you aware? You are a journalist, so you should be able to tell me. Are you aware? Who were those who were punished afterwards? Are you aware?
No.
How many buildings have collapsed over the past, let's say, 5 years? Have you had a closure on any of such reports? And then A, B, C, and D are the people who were involved and they have been punished as per law, as the directives were given. Laws are supposed to ensure that people comply. So after all the investigation, what is the report? How is the report displayed for people to be a deterrent to people that Eno and Mahama were arrested for non-compliance with a building regulation and it led to a collapse of the building. And as such, they have been sentenced XYZ, they have been fined XYZ. Then the others will sit up. I don't get any of the report, the closure. As I'm sitting here with all the knowledge I have, I've not had the closure of all the reports.
Right.
So we don't know. It doesn't become a deterrent to other people after the results they're not made public. I don't see the security breach in not making some of these things public to serve as a deterrent to the next person who is engaging himself with the same act. I don't see. I don't get a report. You don't get a report as a media person. If you don't get a report, how will the individual get a report?
Exactly. Engineer, one last question before I let you go. If there is one lesson developers, regulators, and the public should take away from this incident, what would it be?
The buildings will come down. And so, just engage. The lesson is that your building, you will lose your property and you may lose a life. It may be a dear one or a friend or any other person you have engaged to undertake execute your buildings for you, which will just change your life for worse. Because if your building collapses on any other person, you know you are already doomed. Like if you don't even get closure from government acting punitive measures, yourself, your conscience is gone. So what you have to do is that just ensure that you adhere to basic principles and engage professionals to undertake your buildings for you. And I think there's a win-win situation. You become excited, other people become very excited, and that's the end of a very good exercise that will be taken by an individual or a corporate institution.
Engineer Abdullahi Mahama, always a pleasure speaking to you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Engineer Abdullahi Mahama is a road and a building consultant. Let's go back to my co-host, Jude Mensah Duncan, who is at the site of the building collapse at Aveno. What we can tell you is that there are efforts ongoing at a building collapse at Aveno here in Accra, where a 3-story structure has collapsed. One person we can confirm has died. We can also confirm that 2 have been rescued, and we can also confirm that 2 others are feared to be buried under the rubble. We know that rescue efforts are underway by a number of agencies, including NADMO, the Ghana National Fire Service, the military, the police. They're all there assessing the situation, trying to find out the best way to go under the rubble and rescue those people that are believed to have been buried under it. We also understand that the Greater Accra Regional Minister is there. We also understand the Accra Mayor, who said he had been there from 6:30 a.m. and is still there. We know that the first excavator that arrived was not working. A second one arrived 3 hours or so later, and when I spoke to Jude at 9:58, the second excavator arrived. We know that the rains have subsided a bit and that rescue efforts are still ongoing. We're going to try and establish contact with Jude again so he can speak to a few people who we understand have arrived at the scene of the collapse. We also understand that from the Assemblyman's interview that we had earlier, he was very unhappy with some or certain buildings within his jurisdiction, which he believes are not, fit for purpose, for want of a better word. And so he has reported those structures, and he believes that right from the Aveno site, they should go to those structures and pull it down, because he believes that they are just a disaster waiting to happen. The Assemblyman did confirm that that structure housed a shop, a baby and mother care shop. It also housed a few people at the top, I believe, and a restaurant in the middle, which he said at the time, he knows that some people live within that structure when it closed. Jude also spoke to the security guard, who said he heard he had a sound, and when he came out, he realized that it was one of the beams of the building that had collapsed. And so he rushed out. And there was also another person who the security guard saw jump from the building, and he broke his ribs. He has been sent to the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, where we believe he is receiving treatment. The security man himself also received treatment, and he was visibly shaken as Jude tried to speak to him. Jude is back on. Let's go back to Aveno to speak to Jude. Hi, Jude.
All right,
what more can you tell me?
Yes. Hello, Eno.
What more can you tell me?
So, Eno, currently, as you can see in your shot, it's raining heavily now, I can say. When we got here, it wasn't raining. A few minutes after, it began to rain, and now the rain is back on. What I can say is that it's made the rescue effort even more difficult, but we've been joined by the Deputy NADMO boss, Teddy Adi, who's been here with his men from early, and they've been trying to assess the situation. Earlier, I saw him try to go in there holding his torchlight. He'll tell us what he was trying to do with that. Also, he said to me earlier that there's another situation at Klagon. He'll be sharing all of the insights with me. Honorable Teddy, thank you so much and welcome to Channel One News.
Thank you so very much for having me on.
Great. Clearly, the rain has made matters difficult. What else can you tell us about the rescue efforts?
So as it stands now, we're just trying to look for an entry point where we can now enter with our men to see if those that have been trapped are still alive or dead. So that's what we want to do now.
I won't use my car. I have to use my car to cover your things small, but it's fine. It's fine, you can
Don't
go.
worry.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to do now is we're trying to get an entrance so we can be able to go in there and see if those people trapped in there are alive. So we've chosen one point and then the back point. So that's what we're currently doing now. The rain is trying to slow it a little bit for us, but as it stands now, that's what we're trying to do now. Our men are ready to enter, the dogs are ready to enter, but there is no entrance because of the slabs. You know, the slabs are sitting on each other, so it's difficult to get an entrance. That's what we're trying to do now. Yes.
Was there a problem? I've heard many also say that it was quite disturbing, the time at which these excavators arrived. Do you have any information to share with us on that?
No, the honest truth is when I got here, I mean, in less than 30 minutes, the machines got in here and they started working. But then the unfortunate thing is, you know, normally when we go on site like this, you don't just move in. We all need to come together, draw a plan, draw a strategy, and see how we enter. So maybe that's what might let people think we delayed a little bit, but it's always a plan. You don't just come in and start digging. You need to look at what are we digging, where are the people, what are we exactly doing. So that's the reason why people thought it might have delayed. But the right thing was done.
Interesting. When I got here, I tried to find out where the command center is. I've been told there's one for this project or this evacuation or rescue effort, but I haven't seen any around. Are you able to show us or tell us if indeed there is a command center where instructions are coming for the rescue effort?
As it stands now, we've spoken to Melcom, so Melcom has given us a place where we are creating our command center. So we've tasked men to go in there to bring canopies, but as it stands now, where the minister is sitting is where we are sharing ideas for the moment. Yes, please.
Earlier, you mention of another incident in Klagon involving some persons believed to have been drowned. Can you share some information with us on that?
Yeah, I think when we were coming, we received a call from the municipal director of Klagon, NADMO, that I think the river Klagon has overflown onto the bridge, and most vehicles were going through without knowing it was very deep. So it swept one vehicle away. So that's what we're trying to do now. Right from here, I'm going to rush over there and see what's happening there as well.
Interesting. Can you tell us if NADMO has gotten in touch with a survivor? We know there's one person who was in there, according to him, saw the building's pillar come off and quickly ran. We've been told that...
We've tried every means possible to see if we can get a contact in there, but we've not been able to get a contact in there. But we are just told a woman is trapped in there, so that's what we can. So we're looking for an exit, an entrance point for the woman to see where we can be able to help the woman, and then one entrance point to see where we can be able to help the guy who was filming the video and then he got trapped.
Earlier reports said that a mosque adjoining this building has also been demolished. Are there any updates to that particular?
I mean, I just went by the mosque. I think it's okay now, but just that a little part of it was crushed due to the fall. Yes, but I mean it's safe now.
Thank you very much, and well done on a good job so far. All right, great. So you had the Honorable Teddy Addy, former Member of Parliament, and he's here now, Deputy NADMO boss with his men trying to get inside. Now, he tells me that they are trying to find an entrance point. Now, the very thick nature of the concrete has made it difficult for any form of entry or penetration into the building. So according to Mr. Teddy Addy, who is Deputy NADMO boss, they are trying to find an entrance point into the building so that they can try and rescue the persons who have been trapped in there. Now, we're also being told that, like I said earlier, when I came here, this location is right opposite the Melcom here at Aveno, or let me say North Industrial Area, and also opposite this site is the latest phone building. Now, we are being told by NADMO that they are trying to get access into Melcom to use as a command center post so that ideas can be shared, strategy can be shared, so officials and rescue first responders here can get a fair idea of what the situation is here. Let me also quickly add that the NADMO boss also made mention of a drowning incident in Klagon. He made mention to me earlier, but he didn't have all the facts to that matter. But he's confirmed that some cars are believed to be drowned. Some other persons are also believed to be drowned. And NADMO is also concurrently trying to take care of that situation as well. The Member of Parliament for Okaigwe South, who goes by the name Ernest Kion Adomako, was earlier also spotted here trying to help with the information sharing as far as this particular project or this rescue effort is concerned. And let me say that the rains are coming in quite heavy, and it's making it very difficult. Also now coming in right now, I've seen officials believed to be technical persons from the Ghana or the electricity company of Ghana who are now here to help, because if you've been following the coverage of this, there's a transformer believed to be one of ECG very close by the incident scene, which made rescue efforts very difficult. In fact, at a point, officials had to cut through some electrical wiring to be able to go ahead with the demolition exercise. I'm drenched now, it's very wet here. It's difficult to even try to get a sense of what the situation is right now. But law enforcement tell me that they are doing their possible best to be able to get to the very end of this as far as rescuing the woman and the child in there. And there it comes down. So an excavator just hit one of the street lights in the process, and the process is even more and more difficult. So that is the state of affairs here at the Aveno district in the Kaikwe South constituency. Is getting grim and more difficult, dire by the second. With each second that passes by, a mother and a child feared, believed to be trapped under. We are not really sure what the aeration of the place is like. We are not really sure whether there is enough air for the woman and the child to be safe. And the fears are that if this is not done speedily, if this is not hastened, there may be other bad news. Hopefully we pray against that bad news, but efforts are ongoing. There's a big truck from NADMO which is clearing the debris being picked, or the rubble being picked from the rescue efforts. There's a big ladder from the ECG officials. I believe they are here to also contribute as far as the rescue efforts are ongoing. I'm not really sure or clear what the ladder is going to be used for, but we'll be following the coverage clearly and would try to give a fair idea. So in your shot, officials from the ECG, I believe, ready to climb in the rain. Unbelievable scenes to fix or contribute towards this rescue effort. So I know it's difficult. That I can tell you for sure. It is very difficult as I speak to you right now, considering all the circumstances really under this. Some person said to me off record that this is one of the most difficult rescue efforts they've ever been engaged in. And you can clearly understand why. There's rain, there are so many obstacles between their way, and this is a really huge building. So we'll be following and we'll bring you the updates as far as the rescue efforts here at the Kaikwe South constituency, Aveno to be precise, is concerned.
All right, Jude, let me let you catch your breath. Efforts, as Jude said, are underway. Rescue operations is going on after a building collapsed at Aveno in Accra today, Sunday, June 7th, leaving one person dead and another person in critical condition at the Ridge Hospital. We were told by the security man who also was at the site of the building as at the time it collapsed that he was lucky enough to have heard a side of a beam collapse. He came out to see what was happening and immediately the whole building collapsed. So the person who's at Ridge jumped out of the building and in landing, his ribs, we believe, or he believes, as he told us, are broken, and he's receiving emergency treatment at the Ridge Hospital. We also know that this particular incident is opposite the Ashfoam showroom and adjacent to Malcolm Plus in the North Kanishi area. And according to the Ghana National Fire Service, firefighters from the Circle Fire Station and the National Headquarters were immediately deployed to the scene to begin rescue efforts. And they started their live coverage on their Facebook, and Assistant Divisional Officer Alex King Nate He says that preliminary information suggests that the collapsed structure, believed to be a residential building and a mosque, was still under construction. And the Ghana National Fire Service, they have also confirmed that 2 people have so far been rescued and transported to the hospital, but we saw one of them, which was the security man whom we spoke to, and he also reported that the other victim is still receiving treatment because his ribs are believed to have been broken from that jump when he realized that the building was collapsing. The rescue teams are still trying their best to assess the structure, the debris, and to rescue, we believe, 2 people who are still stuck under the rubble. Jude just told us earlier it had stopped raining, so efforts were moving on smoothly, but now it has begun to rain again, and so that is hampering efforts to get under the rubble, but still rescue teams are still trying to assess the under the rubble to see how or where they can enter with the K9 team. Now the K9 team are dogs who have been trained to follow scent of human beings, and so they'll be able to identify the specific location of the people who are buried under the rubble. I must say though that each ticking time, each second that goes on is a life that is under a rubble, and so the rescue team are currently there at Aveno, and they are continually trying their best to assess the issue and try and get more people to get to the people who are buried under the rubble. I can also tell you that electricity has been cut to that specific location because there was a transformer like immediately in front of the structure that collapsed, and so electricity has been cut. And you can see that the ECG staff, he's high up on the transformer doing his job, cutting electricity supply to the area so that they can, it can enhance efforts to rescue the people in the place. We know that several stakeholders are there: the Ghana National Fire Service, NADMO, the military, as well as the police, who are doing a combined effort to go into this rescue. Let's go back to my co-host, Jude Duncan, who is still at the scene to tell us more. Jude?
Yes, Heno. So, like I was saying to you earlier, the rain has made this even a much more complex endeavor because it starts, it stops, it comes back again, and those in charge have to re-strategize. As I speak to you right now, in your shot are officials from the Electricity Company of Ghana with a ladder on one of the poles. There's a gentleman up there already trying to figure out a thing or two as far as electricity suppliers, so it doesn't compromise this whole process. Also, NADMO officials on my far right are trying to find an entry point to get inside and see the extent of damage. Now, I know it's serious because rescue teams are working tirelessly through the morning, worsening condition because there's rain, there are electrical cables in their way, they are battling poor visibility, the terrain is quite unstable, and also they are trying to desperately reach those who are trapped. The scene is very grim. A lot of bystanders here honestly don't look hopeful that we may get any good news as far as those trapped under the debris is concerned. There are fears that we may be racing against time. Hopefully we get the good news anyway, and some loved ones here are worried. I spoke to the gentleman who survived this. He said that he's not in a good state of mind because people he knows are still trapped under, and it's making it very difficult for him to be relieved at this point. But I know the good news is that despite the challenging circumstances, despite the rain, despite all the obstacles here, I can see very committed first responders from the military, from the fire service, from the police, who are defying the rains, really. That's what they are doing here, to try and rescue lives. And many have said that this is usually the best part of our country, that we have servicemen and women who put themselves in harm's way all the time for our sake, except to say that the time with which some of the heavy equipment came, many have described as quite disappointing. But yes, it's a very difficult operation, notwithstanding the fact that officials from ECG have to climb onto high tension poles in the rain. You know, unbelievable. Climbing on high tension poles in the rain, as you can see on your shot right now.
Yeah.
And they are doing this because they have to rescue 2 people believed and feared trapped under the rubble. The Greater Accra Regional Minister is still here. Some other high-ranking officials from the AMA have joined in here, and they've used the front of Latest Foam as a makeshift command center. But we are being told that efforts are underway to get into Melcom Plus, one of the big retail centers here in the area, to use that as a temporary command post so that we get a clearer picture of the rescue effort. A second gentleman is about climbing the high tension pole. You know, unbelievable scenes. Never have we seen anything like this before. Of course, in March, we saw the incident in Newtown where persons having a church service were trapped. 3 persons died, over 20 persons were injured. But with this, the complex nature of this particular rescue effort makes everything much more difficult. Many times more difficult. The rain, the many obstacles in their way. And we are hopeful and hoping that indeed there would be some good news at the end of the day. But many of us here completely drenched with the rain, the downpour happening here in the Okaigwe South constituency, Aveno, to be very precise, very close or not too far away from the police training school. And we are hoping that we get some good news. As and when we get some other interviews, we'll bring it across to inform our lovely viewers who are watching us right here on Channel 1 TV. We are being told that the Vice President of the Republic, Professor Jenano Opoku-Agyeman, is expected here. We are not sure the exact time that would happen, but we are following and monitoring events keenly. And as and when she gets here, we will put out the information and try to get some thoughts from her as well. But it's a very difficult exercise, that I can tell you. The officials are completely drenched in rainwater. Some of them wearing their raincoats, others with their helmets on. And we are still trying to figure out how to get underneath the rubble so that 2 precious lives trapped there would be rescued. We've not seen the Interior Minister yet, but we are being told also that he may come together with the Vice President of the Republic. So, that is the latest update here. The rains have made everything much more difficult, but officials here are hopeful that we can get to the end of this. So that is the state of affairs here at Aveno, where a building has a building has collapsed again, and some persons are trapped underneath.
All right, Jude. So you heard from my colleague or my co-host, Jude Mensah Duncan, who today is at the collapsed building site at Aveno here in Accra. This building that collapsed is directly opposite the Melcom Plus at the industrial area, and he has been recounting and speaking to observers, stakeholders, as well as witnesses and survivors of that particular building collapse. And they have been sharing information. He spoke to the NADMO boss a few minutes ago, and he mentioned that they are trying to find an access route under the rubble where they believe 2 persons are buried, and they're trying as much as possible to find a way for at least even the K9 team, which is a dog unit who can sniff out the exact location of these people who are buried under the rubble. And so when they find these people, then they'll be able to at least figure out a way to access them and rescue them. And so rescue efforts are still underway at the building collapse at Aveno, right here in Accra. We understand that our Vice President, Nana Jean Opoku-Agyeman, would be heading there We also understand that the rains are heavy, and so that may probably take a while. We also know that they're trying to find a building or dry space to create a mini headquarters or a mini location where they can all stand and share ideas as to how to access the building, or the best routes to use, or the best ideas to use to save those people who are under that building. Again, a rescue operation, if you're just tuning in, a rescue operation is ongoing after a building collapsed at Aveno in Accra today, in the early hours of today, leaving one person in critical condition who has been sent to the Ridge Hospital and receiving treatment. We spoke to one of the survivors, a survivor, the only survivor so far that we know, and he said that one of the beams of the building collapsed. He came out to see what was happening, and subsequently the entire building was collapsing. He saw a man jump out, and that is the person who's receiving treatment currently at the Ridge Hospital. Apparently, the jump or the landing thereof affected his ribs, and so he's in the hospital receiving treatment. We're going to go back to Jude, who has the Ghana National Fire Service on standby. Jude?
Yes, Eno, so I've been joined by a high-ranking official from the Ghana National Fire Service. In fact, I'm told that they were the first persons to get on the scene, and they are the ones who are pretty much, although it's a joint effort, they are the ones leading this as far as the rescue is concerned. Hello, sir. Good morning and welcome to Channel One TV.
Good morning and thanks for having me. Yes. Good morning to all your viewers also.
Great. Sir, please, the name and the rank.
My name is Assistant Divisional Officer 1, Osmond Anum. I'm the Deputy Director for National Operations, Ghana National Fire Service.
I understand you are the highest ranking official from the National Fire Service here.
That's right.
Can you give us a picture? We've spoken to quite a number of people, but you got here first. You understand what this rescue effort is about. Can you give us a summary of all that has happened here in the past couple of hours?
Okay, we received a distress call from the fire station about this building collapse. That was around 05:07 hours, and by 05:15 hours we were here. And what we got here, what we learned was that about 5 people are trapped in here. 2 were able to be taken out. Initially, one was in a state that was thought to be dead. But when he got to the hospital, we realized that he was been revived, and they are all doing well, are receiving treatment at the hospital and doing well. Currently, as you can see, we've been able to get excavators from the 48th Engineering Regiment, and they are here to help us get the debris out so that we can go ahead and take out the rest of the bodies there. We are not certain whether they are dead or they are not dead, but we understand there are 3 people at least under the rubble. Yeah, so you can see that that's what we're trying to do now.
Was there a concern the time it took for the excavators to arrive?
Yes, it is a concern, but you see, with excavators moving, it depends on the kind of excavators. If it's that's on the wheels, then it can run. But of course, if those on the chain, then you need like a long bed that will load onto it, and so I think that was what caused the delay.
Can you tell us what the next line of action would be? Because we've seen that the excavators have been on for about 2 hours. Officials from the Electricity Company of Ghana are dealing with the electricity concerns generally around the rescue effort. What next are we to expect?
Okay, actually what happened was that we were able to mobilize the electricity people to come over, and then they have been able to isolate all this area for us. That we'll be able to work. The hindrance we're having with this particular pole, with the lines on them, we want them down so that the excavators will do that long reach and be able to do what they are supposed to do. Now, what we plan doing next, after these people have taken down this, is to try to bring the debris down little by little. And at the end of the day, we want to see if we can have a little access where we can use, we have the K9 dogs here from the army, from prisons and police, so we can see if we can sniff around and get something like that. The scent of a human being or something that will give us a direction as to how to start the whole thing.
Are you hopeful that indeed we can rescue the persons who are trapped under the rubble?
But I would say 50-50 because currently we don't know their state. And considering the collapse of a 3-story building, which was quite bigger than what we are having here, I wouldn't like to overpromise. Okay, so yeah. So what we need to do is just till we get there, we'll not be able to determine anything.
Are you saying that the building that has collapsed was way bigger than the adjoining building that is still standing now?
Exactly. It's bigger and wider than this one. Far bigger and wider than this one. And then, as you can see, that building was built next to this and was linked by corridors onto that one. So with the collapse of this one, this has been shifted, and the integrity of this particular building is now in question. Yeah, so probably
It's very likely that this building will have to be pulled down as well.
we will be seeking permission and a permit for demolition, so that we'll be able to do that.
Interesting. Can you also tell us, right, so what will be happening pretty shortly, even as the excavator is working? Will we see men enter if you have an entry point to look for the person trapped under?
Definitely, if there is an entry point and the entry point is big enough and can give us the access to go in there, then definitely men will go in there. And like I said, the K9 dogs are also here. They are going to assist our rescue team to be able to go in there and find out all necessary or lives that are still not lost, and we can bring them out.
Thank you very much, and really well done on a very good job so far. I've seen you here working tirelessly the whole time, and we appreciate your efforts, putting yourselves in harm's way for our sake all the time. So you had there an official from the Ghana National Fire Service, and indeed it's a difficult job, I can tell you that, because the circumstances surrounding this is one that we've not really seen before.
Right.
Now he makes a startling revelation to me that there will be a request to demolish this existing building that was adjoined to or was adjoining the one that has collapsed,
right.
because they are not really sure of the structural integrity.
Right.
He's also unable to, for now, tell me the reason, the exact reason for the collapse of the building. It's believed that the structural integrity may have been compromised, reason for the collapse. So we will try and get that
while
information.
You do that, yes, Jude, while you verify that information as well as others, let me quickly read a statement from Melcom that just came in, and it says, for immediate release, no Melcom building has collapsed, and it's dated today, Sunday, June 7, 2026, Accra, Ghana. Melcom Limited has noted with concern reports in sections of the media about the collapse of a building at Aveno in Accra. We wish to state emphatically that the building that collapsed does not belong to, nor is it associated with Melcom. The said building is within the vicinity of Ashfoam and Melcom Plus. While we express our sympathies to all those who might have been affected by the said collapsed building, we want to assure our cherished customers, business partners, employees, and the general public that none of our buildings or facilities at Aveno or any part of the country has collapsed. As a responsible corporate entity that prioritizes the safety and well-being of customers, employees, and stakeholders, Melcom maintains rigorous standards regarding the structural integrity and maintenance of all its buildings and operational facilities. Our stores, including Melcom Plus and all other Melcom locations, remain safe, secure, and fully operational for shopping and all legitimate business activities. We therefore encourage our valued customers to continue visiting our stores with confidence, knowing that the safety of all who enter our premises remains our utmost priority. Melcom will continue to monitor developments regarding the incident and joins the nation in wishing those affected a swift recovery. And this was signed by management of Melcom Limited. Right, let's go back to Jude, who has the MP of the area standing by to speak to us. Jude, what can you tell us?
Hello, Eno, if you can hear me, I've been joined by the Member of Parliament for the Okaikwe South constituency, Honorable Ernest Kion Adumakun. He's been here early on and he's been following the rescue efforts as far as this process is concerned. Honorable, thank you and welcome to Channel One TV.
Thank you, my brother.
I can clearly tell that you look very worried and disturbed by the events that have unfolded. First of all, what's your assessment of everything that has happened here today?
Well, now it's too early for us to say something, what caused it and all that. Investigation must be conducted to establish what actually caused this. I want to say thank you to the rescue team, the National Fire Service, the police, the NADMO team. They've all done well ever since we got the information that we came here. But we are told that there's one woman and the daughter is in there, but it's unconfirmed. So we are still here working to see if there is something like that. We are praying that maybe we can see them alive. We are praying and hoping. It's very sad and very devastating. But and also I think as a country we need to sit down to find out what is causing the series of building collapsing and all that. So currently I think we need to focus to save lives. Then after we talk.
Are you likely to raise it in Parliament, considering that this is the second time we've seen something of this nature? In March, in Accra Newtown, of course, it's not your constituency, a building collapsed there. Fast forward June, we've seen another incident like this. Are you concerned, and is this something you probably discuss with your caucus and possibly raise on the floor for some national urgent attention to be drawn on it?
Exactly so. I was even discussing it with with one of our leaders in Parliament. So definitely maybe on Tuesday, I'll raise it on the floor of Parliament for us to be more focused and then pay attention to constructions and other things, because I mean, what has happened now is very bad. So definitely we are going to talk about it in Parliament and find a solution to that.
What message do you have for your constituents who are watching and are disturbed by the events that have unfolded? What assurances do you have for them?
Okay, I want everybody to remain calm. The security agencies are here to protect lives and property. And we are going to conduct investigation to know the cause of this whole thing. So, so basically, that's it. Everybody should remain calm because everything is under control.
Thank you so much for your time. But Honorable, one last question. There were concerns. Earlier I got here, your men told me that you got here quite early and you were assisting behind the scenes to address the problem. But there were also concerns that the excavators being used for the rescue effort arrived very late. What do you have to say in response to that? Because we didn't know, and I mean, people were asking, where is the drip machine that was allocated to the constituency? Why did we not see it here early? What do you have to say in response?
Okay, you know, excavator cannot be moved on the street. You need to have a low bed and all that. So this is an emergency, and it happened in the middle of the night. And trying to call people, those are in charge, takes some time. So all these things are the factors that caused the delay. But God being so good, finally, everybody is here working. Yes.
Honorable, thank you so much for your time. And all the best. As and when you get any information, please come back and come and share to Channel One. Because your constituents, they like this channel a lot.
I'll come to your studio and then have
it.
Oh, hopefully by next week.
Nice one. Your constituents, they like Channel One a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you heard the Member of Parliament for, I was going to say Channel One, but obviously not. He's Member of Parliament for Okaigwe South. Now, he said to me that he's concerned about this. He said to me that he will raise this issue on the floor of Parliament for some urgent attention to be drawn on it at the national level. Now, he's also been saying to me that the concerns around the delay of the arrival for the excavator, although regrettable, had some explanation to it. And according to him, it was because of the other processes you have to go through before you are able to move an excavator of that size. And he said to me that although regrettable, they have arrived and they are doing the work that is expected of it. So it's still ongoing. Early on, I heard some commentary around the expected arrival of the Vice President, Professor Jane Nana Opoku Agyemang, who is expected to join here, and she'll be also coming here to assess and, of course, commiserate with victims and persons affected. And also here, we can see that the Electricity Company of Ghana officials are on the pole. Now, the backstory to this is that they need to disconnect the high tension wires. That one, very difficult to cut through, or possibly, or maybe even impossible, right? So they need to cut through these wires, or I beg your pardon, they need to remove these wires rather, so that electricity supply is affected and they can get to do the job, because clearly we are being told that it is impeding their work or the excavation work. So if you can see also on my left are officials from the national security. So it's a joint effort, really. All the security agencies are here, at least we know, and they are helping to address the situation. Early on, we also told that a command center is being put together or set up. Even though there's one here, as a makeshift one, it's basically just underneath the latest film entrance. There's a little shed there where the regional minister is seated there. The Accra Mayor Nick Pakpo is seated there as well. But we are being told that a properly constituted and set up command center is being put together, so that the leaders of this rescue effort would go in there and strategize the next line of action. So, very shortly, we'll be seeing some men go under. Once they've created enough space and room for an entry point, we'll be seeing some men go under to try and get to us the state of what is happening in there. But it's really difficult. The rain and all that has happened is making this a very, very complicated process. And we are still here following on Channel 1 TV. It looks really grim. I mean, I asked the head of the National Fire Service, who is here, as far as this project is concerned, and he said to me that, see, they are optimistic and hopeful that they will get to these persons trapped under the rubble. But he was also saying to me that it's a 50-50 chance, really. So we are following keenly, and as and when it happens, we will bring you latest updates. So I believe there's a tent that is going to be given to the regional minister and other officials here who have been drenched in rain, together with the ongoing rescue effort. So we are following, we are here. It's difficult, but we are doing it because we need to tell the story of what is happening in Okaikwe South constituency as far as this exercise is concerned. Hello, sir. You've been very busy today, and we really see the work that you are doing. I want you to share a few thoughts with us. They will speak on that. All right, sir. So the regional command of the Ghana Police Service are here. His men have been here since morning. They've been doing the very hard work of helping. In fact, we've seen the police K9 unit also here, and they've been assisting with the rescue efforts so far. Hello, Regional Commander. I salute, sir. Okay. So we are being told that the Regional Commander is attending to some few things. Right after that, he will join us for an interview as far as this rescue effort is concerned. So, we are following and we'll be reporting as and when we get anything to add to this particular rescue effort. Okay, Jude. Thank you so much, Jude. Duncan is my co-host here on Channel 1 TV. Let's quickly go over the phone lines. I have been joined by Engineer Isaac Bedu, who is registrar
Engineering Council to pick his thoughts on this particular issue. Engineer, good morning and many thanks for joining us here on Sunday Breakfast.
Good morning. It's viewers and listeners.
Right. Engineer, I'm sure that you have heard about the collapsed building at Aveno.
Yes, I've received, on my WhatsApp what has happened. I just saw it this morning.
As an engineer, and I asked Engineer Abdullahi Mahama a similar question, based on the images and information available, what are some of the reasons that could account for this building to collapse?
Well, I may be speculating, because I've not been to the site, but because we are in the rainy season, we are having all these collapses occurring during this time of the rainy season. I suspect that we are having issues with foundations of buildings which have not been done properly. And so when the rains come and the ground is wet, you are having settlement taking place and some of these structures are collapsing. But like I said, I may be speculating because we need to get to the site and know the exact cause of what the collapse resulted from.
So what will engineers be looking out for as far as investigations into the collapse are concerned?
Okay, so we normally will work with NADMO, fire service and the police to secure the area so that we can go take samples and check, investigate the whole area, look at the foundations, and then we will work with the assembly to get copies of the designs and all that to see what was the cause, whether it was a design problem, whether it is as a result of poor workmanship and all that. Then we'll be able to tell.
So, engineer, it is possible to determine whether a collapse was caused by one of those things you mentioned, design flaws, poor construction, or material?
Yes.
Okay. So what role should engineers play throughout the life cycle of a building project just to ensure that such things don't happen?
I think that what we have been emphasizing is that the assembly should always make sure that they have drawings that they are approving, designs that they are approving, because people come for permits with the designs. And so those designs should be reviewed properly, peer reviewed, and then approved by registered and licensed engineers, so that we can, if these things happen and the one who was in charge, then you can hold the person responsible. We have a lot of people just, building, hiring anybody just to do construct their buildings for them, but they need to get to the right people. They must get licensed engineers, licensed professionals to do their work. And when those people are responsible, then we can hold them when things like this happen.
Engineer, what has been the council's assessment of high-rise buildings in the country?
Please come in again. I didn't get your question.
I'm asking, what has been the council's assessment of high-rise buildings in the country?
Assessment
as in your own assessment of high-rise buildings, because they seem to be the ones collapsing. What has been your assessment so far?
Well, like I said, generally you have, we have a lot of high-rise buildings. If you look at the airport city, if you look at all those buildings are there, they are not collapsing. We have a few which are collapsing, and therefore we need to, like I said, be sure that we have the right people undertaking the designs for them, the right engineers designing those buildings. So we need to, we are investigating a few of them. We will be coming up very soon with reports of our investigations. But we think that the assembly needs to do much more, because they are the first point of call when these buildings are going to be constructed. They come to them for permit.
Right.
And so at the permitting stage, we should be able to make sure that we have the qualified people doing the construction. And during the construction stage, the assembly has a responsibility to monitor and make sure that the right materials are being used, the right people are the ones doing the construction, and they are constructing according to the design that they have approved. This is very important.
Okay.
So the monitoring process is also key. And therefore, what we want to do is to collaborate with the assembly. Where they need assistance from the council is ready to support them with engineers where they don't have. If they need assistance, we'll be able to assist them to do that and make sure that we have qualified people doing the construction.
Engineer, does the Engineering Council have sufficient powers to enforce compliance with engineering standards?
Yes, we have powers to enforce compliance with engineering standards.
So how often do you encounter cases where these standards have been ignored or bypassed?
Well, I wouldn't be able to tell you,
Off-head?
Off-head now.
Okay.
Because, like I told you, I just came out of church and you have arrested me. So. But,
right.
I mean, in terms of standards enforcement, like I said, it starts with the design and it starts with the assembly. The council cannot be everywhere. That's why we have the assembly, and the assembly is to enforce the building standards. So we have the building regulations, and the assemblies are the people who are to enforce that we are building according to the regulations. We go in, from time to time to just make sure that the right people are the ones who are doing the work. But then if I'm going to approve a drawing and I have a stamp on it and I have a name on it, I want to be sure that that person has been licensed properly to do what he's doing. So then when you have issues, you go to that person and you can hold that person responsible. The assembly must have qualified professionals who will go and be monitoring the construction while the construction is going on. Because the monitoring stage is also very important. You can approve a drawing and yet what will be built may be different. So it's up to the assembly to ensure that every time they are on the field monitoring and making sure that the right
thing is being done.
The right thing is being done.
Engineer, again, thank you so much for allowing us to accost you. What sanctions would you say exist for engineers or developers found to have breached professional standards? Are there any sanctions?
Well, yes, there are sanctions. The sanctions range from fines up to imprisonment if you fall foul of the law. And the highest is to misrepresent yourself. You are not a professional licensed engineer, and then you represent yourself as a professional licensed engineer. Or you take on the title of an engineer when you are not. And you go and do some work which is supposed to be done by engineers. The sanctions are there in the law. So you can be imprisoned, and the term is between 1 to 2 years, or you can be fined, at the court if we take you to the court. And
what about losing your license?
Yes, we also have our code of ethics.
Right.
Your license can be revoked.
Okay.
We can revoke your license, and then we can sanction you. We can suspend your license. We can, a lot of things that we can do. And when we do that, we'll publish them on our website for everybody to see those who have fallen foul, and they should not be engaging them.
Engineer, thank you so much for your time. Let's go back to Avena, where the Vice President is currently addressing the media.
There are many things we can all prevent. And it's about doing the right things. We know them. We don't need to wait. As we are standing here, we are told that somebody is trapped in there. Why should this happen? Because somebody didn't do the right thing. You see, when people step out to do the right thing, all of us should support them. Sometimes we don't. We even isolate them, and we make the world believe that they are rather the ones doing the wrong things. What is worse than somebody trapped in here? Even if you are trapped in your car, how will it feel? So please, all I'm saying is that let's abide by the rules. I said only yesterday or so that rules never make sense. Nobody likes rules, but we need rules. Otherwise, nothing will function. And we need to do proper investigation. We must all open ourselves to be held to account. It's all of us. This really maybe needn't have happened. But what could we have done? What do we do to ensure that going forward we are not seeing many like these? We all know the right things to do. Let us make them possible. That's all I want to say now. But I want to thank everybody who is here, the press, our ministers, all of us, our security people, fire service, police, who else? All of us. What are the lessons learned when things like this happen? It's not so much that we are standing here and talking about them. How do we ensure that going forward we see less and in fact that we eliminate them? It depends on all of us. I want to plead with all of us to abide by the rules. Rules of citing property, of citing even our own houses. We know the place is prone to flooding. We know that this is a waterway. Let's not invite unnecessary tragedy. I want to thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, that was Vice President Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman addressing the press at the Aveno building collapse, where she is currently. And she just said that people who construct, like, be mindful of where you're doing your construction, be mindful of the rules and regulations in the specific area with regards to the engineers, with regards to your choice of location. When you are asked to abide by certain rules and regulations, do them. It's for your own safety. She mentioned that, yes, rules make you feel like you're being boxed up, but rules are there for a specific or a particular reason. And to abide by rules and regulations of construction, of basically anything at all, and you won't be found wanting. So that's the Vice President who is currently at the Aveno site. She has addressed the press. She will be leaving shortly. She also thanked everybody who has been on the ground with the rescue efforts, the military, NADMO, the police, everybody there. She said, including us, the media, for our relentless efforts in this particular rescue effort. So media, we have been talking since morning. The police, the NADMO, their rescue efforts, they're all very important parts of trying to rescue the two persons who are believed to be under the rubble at the collapsed building site at the Aveno area. If you remember, I read a statement from Melcom which said that the building that collapsed is not theirs, and so people should be mindful that they're still working. Other Melcom shops are open and they're still committed to delivering top-notch service to Ghanaians, and they would like you to note that the building that collapsed is not theirs. Let's remember that 2 people remain under this collapsed building, under the rubble. Rescue efforts are still ongoing, and they are trying as hard as they can to rescue these 2 persons which are believed to be under the rubble. And we also believe that there's a K9 unit, so when they make sufficient space, the K9 unit will enter into the building and they will try to sniff out the location of these people so that the rescuers can then go in and find them. We'll definitely be bringing you more stories as and when, but we're going to take a quick break and then we'll come back and continue.
June is for business here at City FM and Channel One TV. This June, the ideas get bolder and the future of Ghanaian business takes center stage. Welcome to the City Business Festival 2026. For the entire month of June, 97.3 City FM and Channel One TV bring together the thinkers, builders, innovators, and dreamers shaping the future of enterprise in Ghana. From powerful business fora that spark meaningful conversations to insightful on-air discussions with industry leaders and change makers, to stories of resilience, innovation, and ambition from Ghanaian entrepreneurs. This is more than a festival. It is a movement of ideas, strategy, and impact. Whether you're starting small, scaling big, or simply dreaming of your next breakthrough, the City Business Festival is your platform to learn, connect, and grow. Join the On Air series every weekday at 9 a.m. on the City Breakfast Show on 97.3 City FM and at 11 a.m. with a repeat at 6 p.m. on Channel One TV. This June, let's challenge businesses. Let's refine ideas. Let's create impact. Call 0205-973-973 for further details. City Business Festival 2026, driving ideas into impact. The City Business Festival 2026 is powered by 97.3 City FM and Channel One TV in partnership with Absa Bank, and it's proudly sponsored by Absa Bank, MTN, Zondatech Ghana Limited, and Petra Trust. We continue our conversation with legendary Ghanaian musician Amandzeba Natbrew this week on The Upside Down Show. He shares why he enjoys collaborating with young talents, his desire to venture into gospel music, and his passion for Ghana's creative arts industry.
So if you met the Minister of Tourism and Creative Arts and you have to have a conversation with her, what would that be?
I'll tell her to, try as much as possible to be on the board of Ministry of Roads and Highways.
Because?
Because I will not travel 6 hours from England and come to Accra, and when I'm going to Fiema to look at the monkeys, it takes me hours on the road.
Would you consider political appointment?
I was offered the Deputy Minister of
Tourism.
Culture.
You rejected it?
Yes, because
Why?
if I get into office, you sack me within 4 days or 5 days. I love working with
the
them.
young people.
And I will break into the gospel arena.
Hold on.
It's a conversation filled with passion and purpose, culture, creativity, and legacy.
So you won't drop, one of the collabos coming?
I have a collabo with Stonebwoy.
Don't miss the Upside Down Show this Sunday at 7 p.m. prompt, only on Channel One TV.
Hello and welcome to the Channel One Newsroom from our studios at number 5, Ola Hansen Lane at Tesano in Accra. I am Nanatifu Obwati.
I'm Frema Edunyame.
I am Umaru Sanda Amadu.
I am Inosafo.
I am Charles Owusukumi.
I am Akosia Otrick.
They've given you land to build an airport, and the airport is named after them, and then you are going to change it and put your name.
We hear a Jumara National Apprenticeship Program in Kokon Kete. Well, they are paper.
A terrorist attack in Burkina Faso claimed the lives of 8 Ghanaian tomato traders.
Our fire extinguishers, they are empty. In the market, our fire extinguishers are empty.
This is a bill Ghanaians have been working for. It was one of our flagship strategies for economic transformation.
What do we have to do now for you to call off the strike?
The others also, did influence the voters.
Prof, what becomes of these students, especially the continuing ones?
They should reverse everything that they have done.
Channel 1 Newsroom airs Monday to Sunday at 8 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
This is where stories rise, where strength speaks, and legends are born. Out of hundreds of entries, they emerged as the 10 Channel 1 community legends of the 2026 cohort.
You're 14 years, you're among, people who are...
My name is Daisy Mina Entry, 32.
Someone who is from Western Lot, Sefi Adofwa.
We have it that wherever you travel to, home is home.
10 Channel 1 community legends, 10 powerful journeys, one platform to inspire a nation, from hustle to impact, from struggle to success. Watch them tell it all.
In a place where almost nothing is available.
I have a foundation called Grace on Duty Foundation.
Whatever they are going through is part of the struggle. That should even give them the motivation to learn.
Because I'm a game changer wherever I go.
The Channel 1 community legends, next level stories, real people, real power, real glory. Stay tuned and be inspired only on Channel 1 TV.
Welcome to The Point of View. This is your favorite current affairs show here on Channel 1 Television. On The Point of View, we pick the right topics, get the right guests, and ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
With the complexities of the issues happening around us on a daily basis, it's the hard-hitting conversations and the probing questions of The Point of View.
So what is the Public Account Committee's job?
So what we do is to scrutinize, clarify, and find out why certain infractions have been made.
What do these IMF programs try to do?
The current program is for budget support.
Okay.
There are no projects attached.
That teases apart the twisted entanglements of politics and governance, as well as religious and social discourse. The Point of View brings you the policymakers and duty bearers and drills down to the very bottom of issue.
What authority do you have?
The Point of View airs every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
In a nation full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Umaru Sanda Amadou sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
Yes, I am Umaru Sanda Amadou. This is Face to Face, and you're welcome.
I say very often on the floor of Parliament that when we were in government, we got some things right, we got some things wrong.
Are you still planning to go to Parliament, or you want to look at National Party office position?
No, I'll be going back to Parliament. There's an unfinished business which I need to do.
Sports has 3 legs: development, management, and promotion.
Disintegration is extreme. We do not wish that even on your worst enemy.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on Channel 1 TV.
I'm very excited. This is my very first award ever.
Thank you so much to the Ghana Movie Awards for this incredible honor. I really appreciate this. Thank you to all my fans and to the entire cast and crew of Red Carpet. I love you all. Mwah.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Ghana. This is really nice. Heavy as usual, like a dumbbell. I'll use it to a good start. God bless you, Ghana. One love. I heard the award was so heavy. It's actually true. This is so heavy.
Ghana Movie Awards, 7th June at Kempinski Hotel. Brought to you by Boss Energies Limited, formerly Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company Limited.
Ghana Movie Awards, come let's celebrate.
June is for business here at City FM and Channel 1 TV. This June, the ideas get bolder and the future of Ghanaian business takes center stage. Welcome to the City Business Festival 2026. For the entire month of June, 97.3 City FM and Channel 1 TV bring together the thinkers, builders, innovators, and dreamers shaping the future of enterprise in Ghana. From powerful business fora that spark meaningful conversations to insightful on-air discussions with industry leaders and change makers, to stories of resilience, innovation, and ambition from Ghanaian entrepreneurs. This is more than a festival. It is a movement of ideas, strategy, and impact. Whether you're starting small, scaling big, or simply dreaming of your next breakthrough, the City Business Festival is your platform to learn, connect, and grow. Join the On Air series every weekday at 9 a.m. on the City Breakfast Show on 97.3 City FM and at 11 a.m. with a repeat at 6 p.m. on Channel 1 TV. This June, let's challenge businesses. Let's refine ideas. Let's create impact. Call 0205-973-973 for further details. City Business Festival 2026, driving ideas into impact. The City Business Festival 2026 is powered by 97.3 City FM and Channel 1 TV in partnership with Absa Bank, and it's proudly sponsored by Absa Bank, MTN, Zondatech Ghana Limited, and Petra Trust.
This is where stories rise, where strength speaks, and legends are born. Out of hundreds of entries, they emerged as the 10 Channel 1 community legends of the 2026 cohort.
You're 14 years. You're among, people who are...
My name is Daisy Mina Enchi. 32.
There's someone who is from Western Lot. Sefi Adofwa.
We have it that wherever you travel to, home is home.
10 Channel 1 community legends, 10 powerful journeys, one platform to inspire a nation, from hustle to impact, from struggle to success. Watch them tell it all.
In a place where almost nothing is available.
I have a foundation called Grace on Duty Foundation.
Whatever they are going through is part of the struggle. That should even give them the motivation to learn.
Because I'm a game changer wherever I go.
The Channel 1 community legends, next level stories, real people, real power, real glory. Stay tuned and be inspired only on Channel 1 TV.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensah.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the
From Accra to Buenos Aires, from Lagos to London, the world is locking in for the greatest football spectacle on earth, the 2026 FIFA World Cup. But before the first whistle cuts through the noise, there's a deeper rhythm to the game. Every badge carries history, every player brings a story, every number means something. Welcome to World Cup Central, only on Channel 1 TV.
Hello and welcome to another episode of World Cup Central right on Channel 1 TV.
Your home of football intelligence with African energy and global perspective. We're taking you beyond the highlights, from powerful eye-opening stats to sharp breakdowns of every qualified nation to insights that change how you see the beautiful game.
Their first appearance was in 1930 and their best finish at the World Cup was third place in 1930. That was a long time ago.
Channel 1 TV.
I'm high and I'm
Hello and welcome to the Channel 1 newsroom from our studios at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane at Tesano in Accra. I am Nanatifu Obwati.
I'm Frema Edunyame.
I am Umaru Sanda Amado.
I am Inesafo.
I am Charles Owusukumi.
I am Makosia Otrick.
They've given you land to build an airport, and the airport is named after them, and then you are going to change it and put your name. We hear a Jumura National Apprenticeship Program in Kokon Kete. Well, they are paper.
A terrorist attack in Burkina Faso claimed the lives of 8 Ghanaian tomato traders.
Our fire extinguishers, they are empty. In the market, our fire extinguishers are empty.
This appeal Ghanaians have been waiting for. It was one of our flagship strategies for economic transformation.
What do we have to do now for you to call off the strike?
The others also, did influence the voters.
Prof, what becomes of these students, especially the continuing ones?
They should reverse everything that they have done.
Channel 1 Newsroom airs Monday to Sunday at 8 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
You're welcome back. I'm sure you're wondering, why is Sunday breakfast running at this time? Well, if you just tuned in, there has been a building collapse at Aveno here in Accra. It happened in the early hours of Sunday today. And rescue efforts are still underway at the site. And they are trying as hard as they possibly can to do a rescue efforts, because they're believed that 2 people are under the rubble. We can say on authority that 2 people have also been rescued. One is receiving treatment at the Ridge Hospital. One has already received treatment and been discharged, and he came back to the rubble site where my co-host Jude Mensah Duncan is, and he spoke to him. He said, eyewitness account, he's a security guard, one of the beams of the building fell. He came to ascertain what the noise he heard was, and shortly after the building fell, and he saw another person, the one who has been admitted at Ridge, jump from the building, and the manner in which he landed, his ribs have been broken, and so he's receiving emergency treatment at Ridge. The vice president was earlier on at the Aveno site where the building collapsed, and we can on authority say that she has asked all persons in Ghana, let me put it that way, to ensure that they adhere to regulations that have been set down for construction or for any other project that you embark on, and that it would prevent such things from happening. Other notable people who are there, the Greater Accra Regional Minister is on site. The NADMO boss himself is also on site. The Accra Mayor is also there, as well as several servicemen and women from the Ghana National Fire Service, the military, the NADMO, and several other people on site. You have been with us since the beginning, 7 a.m. until now, 11:37, and you have been sending in your messages, and I'm going to quickly run through that while we continue this extended production of Sunday Breakfast, covering that all-important story of the building collapse in Aveno. Some of your messages that we have gathered so far. Kwame Mensah in Medina, he says, every time a building collapses, we hear promises, but little changes. Akusia Owusu in Kumasi, my prayers are with the victims and their families. Abdul Rahman in Tamale, were the approved building plans actually followed? Issy Hammond in Cape Coast is saying that authorities must investigate and make the findings public. Michael Ajamai in Kaswa, he says, how many more lives must be lost before regulations are enforced? And Grace Nate in Tema says, some developers seem to put profit ahead of safety. Kofi Entry in Sunyai says those responsible should be held accountable if negligence is found. Mabel Tete in Ho says building collapses are becoming too frequent. Daniel Asari, you are in Takoradi and you're saying that were inspections conducted throughout construction? We would like to know the same thing, and we've been asking several engineers that we've spoken to about whether there are follow-ups after your building permit has been given, whether there are follow-ups by engineers to ascertain whether you are indeed going according to the plan that was approved. And so that's one of the questions that they will be asking when they begin investigations to ascertain why that particular building collapsed. Patience Ajay, you are in Koforidua. People living near construction sites are also at risk. That's what you're saying. Yawate, you're in Obuasi, and you say we need stronger enforcement, not just laws on paper. I couldn't agree with you more. Sarah Amwa in Dansuman, may the rescue teams find survivors. And yes, there are survivors, or there are two people. As to whether they survived or not, we are yet to ascertain that. Isaac Mensama, you are in Wa. You said permits alone are not enough. Compliance must be monitored. Vidofori in Spintex, I hope this tragedy serves as a wake-up call. Richard Kumsin, you are in Ashaiman, and you say some buildings go up so quickly that it raises questions. Esther Nyako in Legon, the public deserves full transparency. And that's something that Engineer Mahama also mentioned, that many buildings have collapsed, but we are yet to see the reports of said collapses. And so we do not know, we don't know whether it was due to structural integrity, but hopefully going forward, the media can become, we can demand more accountability from these persons to make the reports transparent and available to all of us so we can ascertain the reasons for these building collapse. Josephine Asiedu in Takwa, this tragedy could have been prevented, you say. Francis Ano in Adenta, construction standards should never be compromised. I couldn't agree with you more. Martha Boydi in Bolkatanga, we need regular structural audits. And very true. Emmanuel Osei in Nkoko, the affected families will carry this pain for years. And you could see that that particular survivor that Jude spoke to earlier was visibly shaken because he couldn't understand how such a thing could happen. Beatrice Labi in Amasamai, who approved this project, you ask? Stephen Ado in Tema, Community 25, negligence should attract criminal penalties. Linda Apia, you are... I'm trying to find your message. It just escaped me. Linda Pia in East Legon. Many old buildings may also need inspections. Samuel Tete in Teshi. The rescue workers deserve praise. Comfort Bar and Mampong. People report cracks but are often ignored. Eric Ousu in Techiman. Safety must be everyone's concern. Amasewa, you're in Kaswa. Developers should not be allowed to cut corners. Benjamin Arthur in Winneba. We need a national discussion on building safety. Janet Kumi in Hohoi, this incident raises serious questions about oversight. Haruna Fuseni in Yendi, authorities must ensure this doesn't happen again. Mary Adu in Takoradi, I hope lessons are learned from this. Ni Ama, you are in Osu. Building collapse is also a governance issue. And in Cape Coast, Victoria Mensa says there should be a list of unsafe buildings. Felix Amwako in Kumasi, residents should report structural defects immediately. Abnafrin Poinaja, so this news is heartbreaking. David Latte Nungwa, our thoughts are with the rescue teams. And Gladys will say, Domahin Crow, quality materials may cost more, but lives matter. Peter Agbeko in Ho, engineers and local authorities must work together. Monica Baini, you are in Accra Central. The investigation must be independent, you say. Kweku Nyame in Pong, developers who violate regulations should be blacklisted. Rashida Ibrahim in Tamale, some people ignore stop work orders and continue building. Samuel Kwate in La Paz, professional supervision is critical. Priscilla Mwate in Sunyani, you say we must stop normalizing preventable disasters. And Nanaya Boa in East Legon Hills, Accra is growing rapidly. Oversight must keep up. Mavis Ekufu in Aplau. Building inspectors need adequate resources. Augustine Tando in Tema, Newtown. The public should know the warning signs. Evelyn Asante in Kaswa. A disaster like this affects entire communities. Robert Ofori in Koforidia. The investigation findings must be released publicly. Cynthia Mensah in Dansaman. Lives are more important than profits. Godwin Ankuma in Kumasi. The best tribute to the victims is preventing another collapse. And those are some of the messages you have sent us so far, and we are truly, truly, truly grateful for it. And so the news is that there has been a building collapse at Aveno here in Accra. The VIP has been there a few minutes ago, where she stated that people should abide by the rules and regulations with regards to construction or regards to every other aspect of our lives. We also know that Melcom has released a statement stating that no Melcom building has collapsed and that the building is not associated to Melcom in any way, shape or form, and that it is opposite the Melcom Plus building in said area. We know that rescue operations are still underway for the rescuers, which includes the Ghana National Fire Service, the police, the army with their K9 units, as well as NADMO, to rescue 2 persons who we believe are still under the rubble. We also know that the Greater Accra Regional Minister, as well as the Accra Mayor, are on standby. They've been there for a while and they are assisting with the rescue efforts. We know that the drip machines, the excavators needed to dig into the rubble, arrived pretty late, and so there have been questions raised there, but at least they got there and they are trying. So when we spoke to the NADMO officer, he mentioned that they would indeed try and make a way for at least the K9 units. If you don't know what a K9 unit, it is a section of the force for dogs who have been trained to sniff out people in such instances. And so they're going to try and pave way for the dogs to go into the rubble and sniff around to find the exact location of the persons who we believe are under this rubble, and they will be rescued thereafter after the dogs sniff. And so their efforts are still ongoing. We know that the rains are hampering efforts, the rescue efforts, I must say, and but still they continue to do their work. We also know that the Electricity Company of Ghana has been by to disconnect the area and to remove the lines that were in the way of the excavators on site. And so this has been our coverage of the collapsed building at Aveno here in Accra. We're going to stay on that beat and we will update you as and when any new information gets to us. We thank you so much for staying with us, for staying with us throughout the coverage of the regular programming, Sunday Breakfast, as well as the collapsed building site where my co-host Jude Duncan was at. Rescue efforts, as I say, are underway, and we will definitely bring you up to date and up to speed when any new information trickles in. Many thanks for joining us. I am Eno Safo.
We continue our conversation with legendary Ghanaian musician Amanziba Natbrew this week on The Upside Down Show. He shares why he enjoys collaborating with young talents, his desire to venture into gospel music,
and his passion for Ghana's creative arts industry.
So if you met the Minister of Tourism and Creative Arts and you have to have a conversation with her, what would that be?
I'll tell her to, try as much as possible to be on the board of Ministry of Roads and Highways.
Because?
Because I will not travel 6 hours from England and come to Accra, and when I'm going to Fiema, where I'm to look at the monkeys, it takes me hours on the road.
Would you consider political appointment?
I was offered the Deputy Minister of Culture.
You rejected it?
Yes, because
Why?
if I get into office, you sack me within 4 days or 5 days. I love working with
the young people.
And I will break into the gospel arena.
Hold on.
It's a conversation filled with passion and purpose, culture, creativity, and legacy.
So you won't drop, one of the collabos coming?
I have a collabo with Stonebwoy.